Good morning. Thank you all for being here.
Good afternoon. I'm Elena Gelepi, and I would like to thank the organizers for hosting us here and for inviting me to coordinate this session. It's a great pleasure to be part of this important conference. The title of our panel is Negativity in History and Left Politics, Separations, Universals, Utopias. In the context of reflecting on the dark side of our times, this panel seeks to ask how left theory is connected and concerned with the link between negativity and utopia. This is a timely and urgent question, indeed which has crucially to do with the political antagonisms that the left seeks to formulate and reformulate today. As we try to engage with the questions about the dialectical relationship between utopia and negativity, it might be significant to prompt anew the open and complex question of the utopic and non-utopic from the standpoint of the social and political exigencies of our times and of different localities. The intertwining of time and space seems quite suggestive here, especially as left theory and left political struggles try to critically deal with and combat the dominant epistemological and political positivism of our times. And so, with these introductory notes and questions in the air, I would like now to turn to our first speaker of this panel, to Athina Athanasiou. She's a professor of social anthropology at Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences in Athens. Her texts on left politics have affected and mobilized many of us. She's a prolific writer. I will just mention her latest book, Agonistic Mourning, Political Dissidents and the Women in Black, from Edinburgh University Press. Athina, welcome, and the platform is yours.
Thank you, Elena. Warm greetings to our audience. Many thanks to the conveners for putting together this timely gathering. Thanks to everyone working behind the scene for this event. I'm really pleased to be part of it as a way also to honor the memory of our intellectual and political comrade, Leo PANICH. And I'd like to acknowledge the wonderful artwork by Andreas Maratos that is featured in the conference poster. Let me try to address the theme of the conference and of our panel, in fact, by joining poetry to politics and resorting to a rather emblematic poem by Bertolt Brecht. In the dark times, he writes, will there also be singing? Yes, there will also be singing about the dark times. Now, borrowed from Brecht's poetry written in the late 30s, the phrase dark times becomes for Hannah Arendt a political term of dissent. The dark present becomes a site of an ever-present political possibility. Although Arendt grappled with the dark events of the 20th century, darkness for her is not limited to the political atrocities of that specific time, but rather refers to the ways in which these horrors expand into the folds of the political and yet remain hidden. Her work provides an enduring inspiration to think about thinking in dark times. Her work provides an enduring inspiration to think about thinking. In her 1968 book, Men in Dark Times, in which she takes Brecht's poem as an epigram, she engages the work of thinkers such as Karl Jaspers, Rosa Luxemburg, Walter Benjamin, Brecht, and others, who, despite the exigencies of their times, remained committed to the political significance of thinking. Indeed, Arendt, a political thinker acutely concerned with the question of action, especially acting in concert with others, but also the question of how to mobilize thought in the struggle against injustice, calls attention to the political significance of thinking as action, as a way to resist dark times in dark times. Brecht's invocation of the simultaneous impossibility and necessity of poetry in harrowing times resonates with the question of our concern in this conference. The impossible in my title seeks to convey precisely this aporia between the possible and the absolutely necessary. In the spirit of Brecht and Arendt, then, and in order to put the question of left theory's critical possibility to work, I take the figure of dark times as a provocation to invoke left theory and politics as arts of the impossible, where the im does not denote just negative, but rather the possible, impossible aporia. So in a way, I would like to argue for a redefinition of the possible that runs counter to the infamous cornerstone of realpolitik attributed to Otto von Bismarck, that politics is the art of the possible. It has become commonplace for mainstream analysts of the neoliberal and neoconservative right to argue that any attempt to change our present social milieu of injustice and inequality is utopian. And by utopian, they mean naive, impractical, impossible. On the other hand, the notion of utopia, as it has been historically imbricated in colonialist, imperialist, and nationalist projects, is often posited in essentialist terms as a means of attaining all-encompassing ideals of a true, newly founded, and well-ordered society. In response to this conundrum, I would like to argue for a rethinking of the ambiguities of utopia, defined not as an achieved or achievable essence that takes place under conditions of power-free timelessness, but rather as an ongoing resistance to the foreclosures of present temporality. In other words, as a contingent figure of critical performativity instead of a prescribed enterprise of essentialist unity. The question then becomes, in what ways left critical epistemologies might induce radical democratic possibilities for equality and justice, despite and against the authoritarian neoliberal doctrine, there is no alternative, and its transformation into a normalizing paradigm of governance and self-governance that constitutes the dominant present as the only possibility. At the heart of this inquiry lies a critical engagement with a present marked and constrained by neoliberal authoritarianism, racialized migrant dispossession, securitarian governmentality, and the persistent growth and crystallization of neo-fascist, racist, and sexist discourses and practices. Amidst the world-changing COVID-19 pandemic, the present order of things is defined by late capitalist biopolitics and bioeconomics, giving rise to formations of power which determine who matters and who does not, who is disposable and who is not, to use Achille Bembe words. In terms of the intersecting powers of class, race, gender, and access to public health care, what Bembe calls the universal right to breathe, to breath, emerges as a fundamental, unquantifiable, and non-appropriable right to existence, one that is to be conceived beyond its biological aspect and instead as held in common, and one that was already threatened before the pandemic through various forces of oppression in the long history of racial capitalism. We need to address the ways in which discourses of safety, survival, and normality work as an apparatus of crisis capitalism and in the hands of neoliberal governments that impose an austerity calculus and administer the underfunding and breakdown of public healthcare institutions. The coronavirus outbreak in Southern Europe took place in the aftermath of the 2008 financial disaster and from the social debris that austerity policies and the bailout of the banks have left behind. It seems to me that under such conditions, we have to ask about the induced conditions of unlivability, wherein bodies are differentially measured through the market-driven governmentality of profit, debt, and precarity. So I think left theory needs to engage the ongoing struggles to dismantle the necropolitical banality of this present tense. In the wake of movements such as Black Lives Matter and Neo-Namenos, we need to attend to the ways, okay, let me go back a little bit to say that Neo-Namenos is the intersectional feminist movement that resists and fights the killing of women, trans people, and those subjected to the violence of masculinist and neoliberal violence. So in the wake of movements such as Black Lives Matter and Neo-Namenos, we need to attend to the ways in which the exhaustion and agonistic appeal for breath of those dispossessed and weaponized by interlocking class, racial, and gendered subjection troubles such entrenched regimes of uneven and immeasurable unbreathability and unlivability. Inspired by the last anguished words, "I can't breathe," gasped by those asphyxiating by police brutality, Black Lives Matter, Neo-Namenos, and other activist movements, as they transcend national borders and gather to contest the differential terms of socially situated vulnerability, perform the yet to come of social justice in struggling for spaces to breathe as horizons of criticality. The struggle to make life bearable and breathable in our current presence actually, involves defending and reappropriating spaces to breathe from the biopolitical calculus of economization, racialization, and securitization. It involves forms of becoming present to one another as a way to trouble authoritative terms of the present. And so the question for left theory in dark times is how to resist in the present and how to resist the present. In other words, how to transfigure the present and how to reconfigure its no longer and its yet to come amidst a present that undermines the possibility, the very possibility of imagining differently. In order to address this critical possibility for left theory, I suggest that we need to attend to the question of how the contingencies of weariness and injustice are taken up as situated knowledges of collective courage, radical imagination, and left political world-making in multiform geographies and temporalities that underwrite the global present. Instead of reducing this inquiry to a categorical distinction between utopian and non-utopian thinking, I address the conditions of possibility of both utopian thinking as critique and a critique of utopian thinking, drawing attention to the vexations of what becoming possible means for those whose lives have been rendered impossible. In order to illustrate my questioning here, I would like to turn to a paradigmatic scene in the history of left social theory, namely the 1964 public dialogue between Theodor Adorno and Ernst Bloch on the contradictions of utopian longing. In his Cruising Utopia, in his remarkable book, actually, Cruising Utopia, queer and invokes the Blochian principle of hope to address the foreclosed potentialities of the past as a way to imagine and enact queer possibilities for the future in the present. So building on Munoz's compelling analysis, I would like to call attention to the critical tensions but also significant affinities between Adorno's and Bloch's perspectives in order to illustrate the different political performative inflections that the sign of the utopian can assume. The conversation between Adorno and Bloch was premised on the idea that the utopian register had been depreciated. There is something anachronistic about our theme, the moderator stated. Adorno was quick to respond by praising Bloch for restoring honor to the word utopia, referring, of course, to his book, The Spirit of Utopia, written in the aftermath of the First World War and the Russian Revolution. After presenting certain realized utopian visions, however, Adorno claimed that there can hardly be a positive picture of utopia. One could perhaps say in general, he noted, that the fulfillment of utopia consists largely only in a repetition of the continually same today. This is when Bloch responded to Adorno's reservations by invoking Bertolt Brecht and Kurt Weill's political opera Rise and Fall of the City of Mahogany, which was written in the midst of the Weimar Republic and was banned by the Nazis. Bloch specifically quoted the statement made by the character Paul Ackerman, "Something is missing in Mahogany," whereby Mahogany figured an ambivalently utopian phantasmagoria of bourgeois alienation. For Bloch, Brecht's phrase, "something is missing," implied a sense of lack in the lived moment that propels a desire for another state of things. The claim that something is missing carried a critical force for Adorno too, but not in ways that would guide him to see utopia as an affirmative project. Rather, reading Mahogany as a project of immanent critique, he gestured toward negativity as a mode of undoing the present from within the midst of what he called damaged life. Adorno's resistance to the substantiation of the utopian dimension in a positive image was predicated on his philosophy of history, which was positioned within and against limitations on the possibility of the future. To define or illustrate concrete utopia in advance and from the standpoint of existing conventional time was impossible for him. Such an anticipatory conception of time would be inconsistent with the potential of utopian thought to open into a time radically different from the present and its registers of thinkability and knowability under fascist and capitalist conditions. In Adorno's thought, social hope will always reside in the intractable remains of non-realized promises made in the face of historical catastrophe and despair. Any utopian resolution is thus unavoidably a re-articulation of the present order and answerable to the actually existing dystopian possibility. And so the task of left theory in face of despair would be emphatically about the critical exposure of what presently exists, including the reassuring epistemic devices that sustain this existent order. In this sense, utopian vision always remains subject to the fraught dialectics of possibility and impossibility. For Bloch, on the other hand, utopia becomes a guiding principle for critical imagination, for the overcoming of that which already is, and the striving for what is yet unrealized. And yet, significantly, utopian thought always carries for him a melancholy of fulfillment within itself. In that respect, Bloch's philosophy of history allows for a utopian openness that remains unpredetermined. Utopia, in a sense, is partially here in the present, but also not quite here, and surely not fully accessible or foreseeable in the now. What matters about utopia is not really the completed realization in the future, but rather the articulation of its possibility, or to put it differently, the actuality of the not yet, that is, the indefinite utopian surplus that exceeds the present protocols of signification and representation. If Adorno was skeptical about Bloch's militantly optimistic utopian position, Bloch was skeptical about Adorno's political affectivity of despair. Clearly, however, this complex critical interchange exceeds, I think, the scope of mere polemics and does not easily fit into an oppositional schema that pits optimism against pessimism. Rather, this encounter allows us to critically complicate the uneasy temporalities of utopian thinking. For Bloch, the rehabilitation of hope itself, including the rehabilitation of utopian hope as a neglected concept in Marxism, see, for example, the wonderful work by Michael Levy on redemption and utopia. So the rehabilitation of hope itself remains a restless experience of the here and now. In fact, there is no assurance that hope will elicit sustainable forces of world-making. Hope is the opposite of security, he writes. It is the opposite of naive optimism. Adorno's notion of utopia, on the other hand, emerges from an intertwining of despair and hope. In the third volume of Notes to Literature, writing a few years before his death, he praised Bloch's spirit of utopia. He writes, "I took this motive so much as my own that I do not believe I have ever written anything without commemorating it, either implicitly or explicitly. The performative contours of this encounter might be delineated in terms of a comradely tension between a principle of hope and negative dialectic critique. In this respect, these two enactments of the utopian, for all their tensions, resonate evocatively with the question of left thinking in dark times as a question that concerns the history of the present. If read together, as I suggested here, they allow for both the reappropriation of the concept of utopia as a figure for critical political imagination and a critique of utopianism as a teleological and essentialist closer of history and political temporality. To conclude then, engaging the ephemeral, the quotidian, and the contingent, and taking place within and constrained by the measure of the possible, to recall Walter Benjamin, the performativity of left theory demands the impossible, to evoke the Zapatista rallying cry, in the sense that it struggles to make life more bearable in the present for those whose lives have been subjected to the status of the impossible by class, racial, and gendered powers, while at the same time resisting normative frames of time and shifting the conditions of possibility posed by the existing present. Left theory rests upon multiple indeterminate temporalities, then, remaining at once timely and untimely, both in time and out of time. Enacting possibilities for the future in the present involves reconfiguring the agonistic temporality of living, acting, and thinking with others in the precarious interstices of no longer and not yet. So defying rigid distinctions between possible and impossible, as well as between hope and despair, left theory is never at one nor at ease with the present time. Rather, it takes the present as a field of possibility. Above all, the possibility, in Beckett's words, to fail better. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Athina, that in your intervention entitled Temporalities of the Impossible, so eloquently and radically complicated for us the notions of utopic and non-utopic. It is like there is this hopeful melancholia in your vigorous analysis of how the injustice and inequalities produced by contemporary predicaments of power can taken up as situated knowledges and lived experiences of courage can lead to reflective praxis and embodied theory. Again, thank you very much for this inspiring intervention. And now I will turn to Vicky Iakovou, who is an assistant professor of political philosophy at the Department of Social Anthropology and History of the University of Aegean. She has also translated and enriched the Greek bibliography. She gave us these very fine translations of authors like Nancy, Rancière, Ricoeur, Zizek, and others. The title of her presentation is Walter Benjamin, Utopia and Us.
Thank you very much, Elena. And I'd like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to this very interesting conference. And actually, special thanks goes to Michalis Bartsidis, because he not only accepted my proposal to present a paper based on a piece I have already presented on another occasion, but he also urged me to do so. So there is an image that seems to profoundly attract a significant part of contemporary critical theory. I mean, the well-known image of the angel of history from Walter Benjamin's 9th thesis on the concept of history. Let me quote a passage for those of you, I suppose rather few, who have not read the text. quote, there is a picture by Klee called Angelus Novus. It shows an angel who seems about to move away from something he stares at. His eyes are wide, his mouth is open, his wings are spread. This is how the angel of history must look. His face is turned toward the past, where a chain of events appears before us, underlined. He, underlined, sees one single catastrophe, which keeps piling wreckage upon wreckage and hurls it at his feet, unquote. Given the crucial role that this image plays in the thesis, the attraction that it exerts is not unjustified. Nonetheless, this attraction can also be considered exaggerated because this is not the only image that one finds in this concise and difficult text. So I'd like to invite you to turn our gaze to another equally forceful but totally contrasting image that appears in the 11th thesis and that has been overshadowed by the one just mentioned. I quote again, according to Fourier, cooperative labor would increase efficiency to such an extent that 4 moons would illuminate the sky at night, the polar ice caps would recede, seawater would no longer taste salty, actually it would taste like lemonade, and beasts of prey would do man's bidding, unquote. Before contextualizing this passage, let me say that in my view, what Benjamin does, among other things in the thesis and elsewhere, is to lay bare the way in which socio-theoretical approaches that are supposed to work for the cause of emancipation have endorsed the thought frames of their opponent. The idea of progress is such an instance. So in several of the theses, and following the analysis that he had been elaborated mainly but not exclusively in convolute N of his unfinished Arcades project, Benjamin proceeds to a virulent critique of the idea of progress and of its endorsement by Marxism. In the 11th thesis, he focuses on the conception of labor. He criticizes the fact that social democracy, with its belief in the development of the forces of production as a progressive and emancipatory factor, has embraced, quote, the old Protestant work ethic, unquote, which of course means the capitalist spirit, although the term does not appear here. In this framework, labor, according to Benjamin, is construed as an activity of exploitation and mastery of nature, which is wrongly perceived as being on the antipode of the exploitation of the proletariat. So to this positivistic view, whose technocratic features present affinities with fascism, according to Benjamin, Benjamin juxtaposes the pre-1848 socialist utopias, and among them he distinguishes, I quote him again, Fourier's fantasies, which have so often been ridiculed, unquote. He even goes so far as to invert the established characterizations. The soundness, Gesundsinn, is on the side of these fantasies, while the naivete is on the side of the politics, which by proclaiming its scientific foundations also lays claim to its theoretical and practical superiority. So I believe that Benjamin here cites and summons Fourier as someone whose thought deservedly partakes in the tradition of the oppressed, along with Marx, Auguste Blanqui, and the Spartacus League, which are the 3 other names from this tradition figuring in the text. Fourier is cited and summoned as an expert witness on happiness. The expression expert witness is from the Arcades project. Benjamin uses it for Blanqui. So Fourier is summoned as an expert witness on happiness, an idea through which one should think the order of the profane, according to Benjamin, and as a fine analyst of the way in which the wish and the possibility for happiness are hindered in modernity. The allusion to Fourier thus implicitly points to an important dimension of the history of the oppressed that their official history, imbued with the ethics of Protestantism, had obscured. I mean the repression of the passions and the concomitant impoverishment of the experience of pleasure. This is Fourier. Fourier's construction of the harmonious system of passionate attraction, where, I quote Fourier, even the poorest canton in the Alps or the Pyrenees will possess an opera house comparable to the one in Paris, unquote. So this construction goes hand in hand with the sustained denunciation of asceticism in all its form, of the modern debilitation and obstruction of the passions, among which he also includes the senses, the five sensual appetites, as he calls them, and a denunciation of the scientific marvels of modern civilization that, I quote Fourier again, have been catastrophic rather than conducive to happiness, because by augmenting the means of pleasure, they have augmented the privations of the great number who lack the barest necessities. Actually, it is this very denunciation that makes Marx conclude the final paragraph of the subchapter on the factory in Capital with the rhetorical question, is Fourier wrong when he calls factories tempered bagnios? In this paragraph, actually, Marx points out how factory work injures every organ of sense in an equal degree. So this reference to Fourier in Benjamin's last writing is neither coincidental nor cursory. On the contrary, it is a strong sign of his steady and intense interest in the utopian thinker during the 30s, when he read him and his disciples, as well as texts on the history of the labor movement, particularly the French labor movement. To this interest testify many writings, among which Convolute W of the Arcades Project, which is one of the longest ones and totally devoted to Fourier, but there are many other texts, I'll not mention them. If Gershom Scholem is correct, that the only one of Marx's books that Benjamin had read in its entirety before 1933 was The Class Struggles in France, then one may make the twofold claim that far from reading Marx against Fourier, Benjamin read Fourier along with Marx, and that second claim, Pierre Klosowski is right in arguing that Benjamin's late thought can be seen as moving between Marx and Fourier. Actually, both in Convolute W and in the two exposés of 35 and 39, Benjamin highlights Marx's praise of Fourier's colossal conception of man against Karl Grun. This is from the second volume of the German ideology. Also, in another instance, Benjamin translates Marx into Fourierist terms. I quote him, Marx has the idea that labor would be accomplished voluntarily as travail passionné, passionate labor, this is Fourier, if the commodity character of its production were abolished, unquote. From the bulk of these texts, it appears that Benjamin finds an ally in Fourier's anthropological or hedonistic materialism, which according to Benjamin's apt remark, does not include the desire for possession among the passions, and which opposes civilized morality because, I quote, it is a passage written down by Benjamin from a Fourierist, so civilized morality is calculated to turn us into enemies of our own senses and into friends of that commercial activity which serves merely to provoke the abuses of sensual pleasure, unquote. Far from being treated as an antiquated thinker whose naive theory corresponds to a not yet mature proletariat, Fourier is regarded as a precious interlocutor because of what Benjamin calls his ruthless criticism of his contemporaries and, elsewhere are the quotation, the inextinguishable claim of Fourier's utopia, a claim which Marx had recognized and which lies in the combination of the dream of a better humanity in which our children would have a better life with the dream of a better nature in which they would live. This is from the Arcades Project. So let me now return to the two images. In the ninth thesis, Benjamin presents 2 points of view on history. What he sees, we see, if you remember the passage. That of the angel and that of us others. Yet when one takes into account the image from Fourier and its sharp contrast with that on the angel, a question might emerge. Would it be that by alluding to Fourier, Benjamin does not only perform the gestures that I briefly highlighted, and also some others that I have not mentioned, but also proposes a third point of view in history, one from which history does not emerge only as progress or only as catastrophe? I believe that a positive answer is plausible. It is as if Benjamin recognized in Fourier, who is actually a very virulent critique of the idea of progress, someone who had been able to take the tiger's leap from the 14th thesis out of the tempest of progress, a leap that rendered him able to look at the tempest, to see and judge its disastrous effects, but also in contradistinction to the angel, able to turn his gaze away from the tempest elsewhere toward the future. In the utopias of Fourier, Enowen, and others, there is the anticipation and imaginative expression of a new world, writes Marx in an extract from a letter to Kugelmann, 1866, that figures in Benjamin's notes. So if this reading is correct, then one can raise the following question. Which viewpoint does Benjamin adopt and prompts his readers to adopt as well, if that is to say, such a unique viewpoint exists at all? I prefer to leave this question unanswered by just saying that I think it would be hasty to claim that he chooses that of the angel. And I would add that Fourier's imaginative and anticipative gaze, a gaze that does not violate the prohibition from thesis B to inquire into the future, since it does not stem from a conception of time as homogeneous, continuous, and empty, is for Benjamin. This gaze is for Benjamin as equally important as the remembrance of the past of the defeated, for the construction and the reappropriation of their tradition, for provoking the real state of emergency, and consequently for the struggle against fascism, to which the eighth thesis refers. So I'd now like to go back to what I suggested at the beginning of my presentation, that the Fourierist image has not gained due attention in the literature on Benjamin. There are, of course, exceptions, notably in France. How can one explain and interpret this silence on, which is also a kind of silencing of, the citation of Fourier? I will venture two interrelated hypotheses. The first one draws inspiration from Miguel Abansur, who argues that after Engels' book, The Evolution of Socialism from Utopia to Science, Marxism has functioned as a machine of incorporation and of exclusion of utopia. As a machine of incorporation, since utopia is recognized as a forerunner of Marxism and is absorbed into its prehistory. As a machine of exclusion, because after the appearance of scientific socialism, utopia is considered obsolete and even treacherous. Also, according to Abansur, Engels' text has established as canonical the conceptual couple science versus utopia. This machine has been working quite efficiently during the whole 20th century, and not only within mainstream Marxist tradition. There are, of course, exceptions such as Benjamin, Bloch, Marcuse, and even Adorno. As Athena also said, Adorno, who actually says about Fourier when he publishes his theory of the four movements, who says that there is no other thinker who has presented in such a beautiful manner the way a better world might be. So I would say that it is as if, because of this machine, the efficiencies of this machine, I would say that it is as if most of the readers of Benjamin's thesis were unable to see and reflect on the reference to Fourier, although it is neither brief nor hidden between the lines, because they have fallen victims of this machine, because they have obeyed its prohibition against utopia, even when they do not share its presuppositions or the above-mentioned conceptual couple. An Althusserian reading of the thesis would consider the allusion to Fourier as a regression to a non-Marxist and ideological, that is, bourgeois or petit bourgeois, humanism prior to the epistemological break. A Foucauldian reading would remember and remind us the remark from Society Must Be Defended, which by attributing a racist component to Fourier's socialism also implies that his thought is firmly located in the biopolitical framework. Such an approach would also see Fourier's presence as suggesting the endorsement of the false repressive hypothesis. A Derridian interpretation would insist on the distinction between utopia and messianism, correctly I believe, on the difference between messianism and messianicity without messianism, as well as on the weak messianic power mentioned in the second thesis, in order to minimize the utopian strand of Benjamin's thought, wrongly, I believe. An Agambenian reading would also focus on the weak messianic power, but this time is in order to present Benjamin as a crypto-Paulinian critic of the very idea of power, and as a proponent of the power not to, which means of a stance similar to Bartleby's, I would prefer not to. All this without considering the fact that Melville's anti-hero eventually dies. To my knowledge, apart from the Agambenian and part of the Derridian, these readings do not actually exist as such. They can nonetheless be considered as forming the background on which, or the theoretical climate in which, several other actually existing interpretations of Benjamin emerge. Despite their differences, they all converge in that they downplay or even dissimulate Benjamin's invocation of Fourier. So here comes my second hypothesis, which is that this downplaying is symptomatic of what might be called the ambiguous predilection of much contemporary critical theory, broadly construed, for sad passions. As Antonia Birnbaum, a fine interpreter of Benjamin, has pertinently argued, in contemporary critical thought, the dimension of struggle is frequently absent from the understanding of history. The vanquished are often hypostasized into victims, and history is viewed through the category of trauma. Whereas for Benjamin, the virtues of the oppressed are, from thesis 4, in their struggle, are, from thesis 4, confidence, courage, humor, cunning, and fortitude, unquote. For much contemporary critical theory, melancholy, mourning, vulnerability, and weakness seem to be, to use a French expression from Benjamin again, à l'ordre du jour, something like our ontological destiny. What is more, the effort to positively picture the otherwise, the not yet, a more humane and happy social alterity chosen not in a reactive manner so as to avoid or resist the present bad situation, but because it is desired as such, this effort is regarded as uncritical or even naive and as an impediment to the realization and acceptance of human finitude. While actually for Benjamin, I quote him, every negation has its value solely as background for the delineation of the lively, the positive, unquote. Meanwhile, the ruling classes and their elites cheerfully and unrestrainedly enjoy and augment their power, their wealth, and their being subjects, even during the pandemic. It seems to me that Benjamin's predilection for Fourier during the dark times of the 30s bears witness to the fact that before Deleuze, and despite the legend about his own melancholic personality, I mean Benjamin's, Benjamin had an inkling of the truth that there are three kinds of people who have an interest in the sad passions. The moral trinity, as Deleuze calls it, of the slave, the tyrant, and the priest. And I believe that we should also remember this truth in our present dark times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky, for this very insightful revisiting of Benjamin's 11th thesis and for the new threads and sensual passions you are bringing in his texts, in spite of and or because of sad passions of the dark times. We continue with our third speaker. It's a big pleasure to welcome Todd McGowan. I hope I'm not killing your name, who did his theory and film at the University of Vermont. He's the author of the influential books, Universality and Identity Politics, Emancipation After Hegel, and Capitalism and Desire. And the title of his presentation is Against the Expert.
Thanks so much, Elena, and thanks to the conference organizers. I'm really happy to be invited and to talk here. I'm going to talk about the situation here in the U.S. The way, or what's in the background of it. I think that the way in which we're in the middle of a populist, as everyone knows, populist revolt right now, and it's interesting that what's coinciding is this populist revolt and a great failure of expertise to manage the outbreak of the pandemic. So I want to bring those two things together. And I think what's interesting is that populist leaders, Trump being the great example, supply people with an agent responsible for their failure to enjoy as much as they think they should and as much as others do. But I think even more, I think paranoia is absolutely crucial to populism. And so the populist leader enables followers to enjoy through their hatred of a figure responsible for their failure to enjoy. So by following the fascist leader, we actually see behind the curtain and recognize that there's someone who's really running this capitalist show and thereby cheating us out of the enjoyment that capitalism promises to us. And I think this paranoia relieves us of the burden of our freedom by both giving us someone to follow, that the populist leader, and providing a figure who's really in charge. That's the target of our paranoid suspicions. So it's interesting that populist leaders don't rule on the basis of their expertise. I think Trump makes this clearer than maybe any populist leader before him. They're populist to the extent that they're not experts and express disdain for expertise. And it's this absence of expertise, I think, that enables people to view them as a site for identification. So they're identified with as not the expert. And it's actually what constitutes these leaders as populists. As non-experts, the populist leader is in the situation of the people themselves rather than intellectually superior. And as non-experts, they don't belong to the oppressive apparatus that's taken people's enjoyment from them, even when they inhabit the seat of power in capitalist society. So it's really interesting in the case of Trump that he talks about the government as if it's something opposed to him, even though he's part of it. So it's easy to understand, I think, why populist paranoia targets immigrants and other figures of the outsider as a barrier to the subject's enjoyment. So this outsider who doesn't belong, threatens the belonging and espouses the non-belonging and exposes, the non-belonging of the subject itself. But I think the paranoia surrounding the figure of the expert's a little more difficult to unpack, and that's what I'd like to talk about. So it's interesting because experts clearly belong to this social order. They're part of things, and they even help to keep it running efficiently. So when one thinks about it, it seems as if we should applaud their work, and I think a lot of people do, rather than being suspicious of them for depriving us of our enjoyment. But the populist leader, I think, makes clear exactly what the problem with the expert is. Populist leaders' disdain for expertise derives from a disdain for any limitation on enjoyment. And the limitations that the expert insists on become, in the telling of the populist leader, unnecessary constraints on our capacity to enjoy ourselves. And the lifestyle that the expert demands leaves us bereft of the enjoyment that would make life worth living. The populist leader demands that people enjoy in the face of the expert's warning. So the expert, I think, is a really crucial figure for right-wing populism. Experts are the champions of the good, and I think this is really the crucial thing about them. They tell us how to organize society in order to have the good life. They tell us what to eat to have a good body. They tell us what to learn to have a good mind, and how to allocate our resources properly to have a good planet, what not to do, etc. As champions of the good, experts of whatever stripe extol the good at the expense of enjoyment. I think this is a crucial thing, what they do. This even applies to enjoyment experts. I'm not sure if you have these in Greece. We have them here, the life coach, who tells us how to arrange our existence in order that we can maximize our enjoyment. And what's interesting is this turns enjoyment itself into a good. So enjoyment is the rejection of the good, I think, and this is an attempt to turn enjoyment into a good, the life coach. So the good demands restraint, something like wearing a mask, so that we can conserve it and not use it up. The good has to be conserved. But enjoyment is precisely waste or using something up. So I think that there's this kind of fundamental opposition between good and enjoyment. And good is susceptible to a calculus. We can always figure out what specific decisions and practices are necessary to arrive at it. Utilitarian philosophers, of course, turn this calculus about the good into their field of expertise. They calculate the distribution of pleasure and suffering in order to come up with some proper decision in every social situation. But I think every expert, even the non-utilitarian expert, proffers some calculus about the good. So one advocates a carbon tax in order to stop global warming while punishing those who consume the most, while another calls for veganism in order to protect the good of all species. What distinguishes capitalism from all hitherto existing societies, I think, is the organizing role that enjoyment plays in it. So I think pre-modern non-capitalist societies tend to strive toward an impossible good that they never realize, while capitalist society strives toward an impossible enjoyment that it never reaches. So I think this is what's one of the things that's new about capitalist society is that it takes enjoyment as its organizing principle rather than the good. So it's a society which we're no longer striving for the good. So in capital societies, I think subjects actually sacrifice the good for the sake of enjoyment, which is a situation that someone like Plato, some pre-modern thinker, wouldn't even be able to imagine. It would be unthinkable for Plato or Aristotle. So the good continues to exist in capitalism solely to serve as a barrier to enjoyment. So we need this barrier because any direct access to enjoyment eliminates it. So enjoyment survives only through this inaccessibility created by the good, formed by the good. And we erect the good as this obstacle that we can subsequently sacrifice in order to enjoy. So it's the sacrifice, the obstacle of the good that creates the possibility for enjoyment. And I think this is actually the role that the expert plays in capitalist society, that the capitalist system is structured around the promise of enjoyment, but the enjoyment that capitalism promises is never equal to what it delivers. This is true. I mean, if anyone's ever purchased any commodity at all, you know this. You have this investment in what the commodity will give you, and then it never delivers that promise. So capitalism consists of a constant betrayal of the promise that defines it. And I think this is why the rich are constantly desiring to be even richer than they are, because they find they get enough and it's never enough. And if it didn't betray this promise and deprive subjects of the enjoyment that it promises, it would lose all adherence. This betrayal is actually integral to its success. So capitalist subjects exist to the extent that they remain convinced of their dissatisfaction, and they think the next commodity, whether they're producing it or consuming it, will rectify that dissatisfaction. In other words, capitalist subject must firmly believe in its own castration while investing itself in the possibility of overcoming this castration through the next commodity purchased or produced. So the subject must avow its own castration while disavowing the others, I think. I think that's the capitalist schema. So capitalist society requires, as an explanation for its failure to keep the promise of unlimited enjoyment, some answer. It needs an explanation. Every commodity disappoints, but the trick is to convince subjects that commodities as such are inherently not disappointing. And in order to avoid blaming the commodity for its failure, and thus blaming capitalist society, capitalist subjects, under the sway of the populist leader, blames the expert. So populists, they helped us down this path by insisting on the way in which the expert blocks the possibility for our enjoyment. So by insisting on the good, in lieu of the promise of enjoyment, the expert plays the role of the villain for the commodity's failure. If I'm not enjoying as much as promised, the expert is to blame. I think that in the coronavirus pandemic, this dynamic has become really, really clear. Although the expert advocates restraining enjoyment for the sake of the good, the populist, I think rightly, points out that there is a bit of hypocrisy on the expert's part. Because unlike most other subjects within capitalist society, experts are actually able to enjoy what they do. While most capitalist subjects toil in unrewarding occupations like dentistry or retail sales, experts actually love what they do, like we're doing right now. We get to love it. For instance, the utilitarian philosopher who calculates how much we can give to charity from our income to produce a good society, that is, how much enjoyment we need to sacrifice, enjoys advocating for the good. And I think nowhere is the expert's enjoyment clearer than in the case of utilitarian philosopher Peter Singer. I'm going to slightly be mean to him, and I hope he's not. I'm sure he's not listening, but I apologize. As a utilitarian ethicist, Singer engages in multiple calculations about enjoyment. So he calls on us to restrict the enjoyment of eating meat so that animals can have a better existence for the sake of the good. He argues that saving resources spent on the severely disabled in order to use those resources on persons capable of a good life is something we should do also. Very controversial. The excess that we spend on treating those whose situation is hopeless, Singer contends, is a wastefulness that comes at the expense of the good. So in every situation for Singer, the good trumps the wastefulness of enjoyment. That's always the way he wants to think. So in the name of the good, Singer actually calls on middle and upper class people to restrict their consumption so that they can give to relief organizations. By limiting their enjoyment, Singer claims, they can promote the good of others and help to create a better society. He gives the example of foregoing new clothes for the sake of famine relief. This is what he says. He says, when we buy new clothes not to keep ourselves warm, but to look well-dressed, he puts that in quotation marks, we are not providing for any important need. We would not be sacrificing anything significant if we were to continue to wear our old clothes and give the money to famine relief. Seems perfectly logical. And as this example shows, for Singer, if we restrain enjoyment just a little bit by curbing our consumption, we can do a lot of good in the world. Rather than advocating ways to help people enjoy more heartily, Singer insists on the necessity of restricting our enjoyment in order to produce the good. And by advocating the good and cautioning against an excess of enjoyment, I think experts like Singer are precisely the villain that the right-wing populist leader requires. So this villain tells us we can't keep eating meat, we can't keep using racial slurs, we can't keep driving SUVs. In short, we can't have any fun. That's their point. All the forms of obscene enjoyment that capitalism drives us toward become forbidden under the experts' regime of the good. This regime attempts to curb the excesses of capitalist society to give capitalism without the flurry of enjoyment that generates mass destruction. So that's what experts are trying to create. They're not trying to get us out of capitalism. They're trying to create a harmonious capitalism that works. But this excess is precisely what keeps capitalism enjoyable for the subjects invested in it. So if the expert won, then capitalism would cease to have the appeal that it has. The expert's alternative of an enjoyment-free capitalism holds an appeal only for those who find an enjoyment in their work, that is, only for the experts themselves. So unlike the people he chastises, Peter Singer can easily give up his excess enjoyment because he lives a life replete with the experts' enjoyment that most capitalist subjects cannot access. So experts enjoy their attack on enjoyment, which is why the position of the expert is ultimately, I think, as untenable as that of the populist critique. So both the expert and the populist would have us believe that they hold the keys to the proper way to go about things. The expert counsels restraint, while the populist leader inveighs against it. The expert champions the attainment of the good through limiting ourselves, while the populist leader calls for enjoyment without limits. Neither recognizes, I don't think, that enjoyment derives from our self-limitation, because both are deceived by the promise of plenitude. That is, both the expert and the populist leader have this idea of plenitude that's governing their thinking. So when paranoid populists set up the expert advocating the good as responsible for the failure of the commodity to deliver on its promise of unlimited enjoyment, this represents an abandonment of freedom. I think that's what the populist is trying to deliver us from. In the populist formulation, the expert takes on the burden of freedom, takes freedom away from the subject, takes this liberal freedom away. But attributing this power to the expert gives subjectivity an authority that controls everything from behind the scenes. So paranoia about the expert is precisely a way to escape freedom, the freedom that capitalism itself is in flight from, I think. An investment in the expert, like the investment in the commodity, represents, I want to say, a betrayal of subjectivity, an investment in the expert as the enemy. The expert becomes culpable for the subject's lack, giving the subject an excuse for its failure to enjoy without restraint. The good that the expert champions is always a ruse, but it's also a ruse that the populist leader requires. Right-wing populism enjoys through the expert's restrictions on enjoyment, through this defiance of what is good. Paranoia requires experts who limit the unlimited enjoyment that the paranoiac believes in. This enjoyment exists only insofar as it's lost, which is why the expert plays this crucial role for the paranoid subjectivity that corresponds to populism, right-wing populism. The expert attempts to bring about the good and I think bears for that populist mindset responsibility for every failure to enjoy. this is the picture that populism has to paint. And I think it's the picture that gives way, that paves the way to fascism. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Todd. Elena left from the panel, so I will continue in her place. Thank you very much for this very detailed analysis of the role of the experts in the populistic thinking, or paranoia, better the populistic paranoia. And we will go to the last speaker, Michalis Bartsidis. I will present him and giving him the speech. Michalis Bartsidis teaches philosophy at Hellenic Open University and Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. He is also the scientific director of the Nicos Poulantzas Institute. His research interest is moving the field of political philosophy and contemporary European philosophy, especially Etienne Balibar's work. And the title of his talk is The Socialism as Utopia in the Present. So we're listening to you, Michalis.
Thank you, Effie. I have to cut my introduction to go more rapidly. We live a strange and depressing condition in fear and surrounded by death. Mainstream politics seem to be left with limited possibilities of reaction unless our collective imaginary opens itself to the invention of an alternative present. I have chosen to use an old name, the name of socialism, and ask if we can update his concept in a way that could prove actually useful. Other authors may choose another name for what is likely to be born. Drawing on the Hegelian tradition and Spinozian perspective, I believe we can start by illuminating theoretically the networks of negative forces that take advantage of collective imaginary, producing new dystopias, inventing territories of escape for the privileged and developing new states of emergence. The key concept that can organize this type of theoretical and political debate and could release the internal dialectic of the negative versions are certain bipolarities such as utopia, dystopia, etc. The focus of my presentation will be on two ideas. First, negativity and how Althusser deals with this concept in his study of Machiavelli, on Machiavelli. Then the presentist dimension of an ideal, the present of an ideal capable of mobilizing individuals and the masses in a positive direction. First, negativity in Althusser in his work Machiavelli and Us. In his reading of Machiavelli, Althusser, giving the example of the duration of the state of politia, points out his Hegelianism as shaped through his relationship with the positivity of Spinoza. There we find a solution and proposal to the problem of negativity. Here are, as we noted, three moments, three instances of this dialectic. Thesis in Greek, antithesis, and synthesis. Althusser's position on the cyclic nature of history, through which he seems to be achieving the synthesis of the two previous antithetical theses of the immovable movement. This is the thesis one, the Eastern, the first instance, and the universal mobility, the reverse, the thesis two, second moment, immutable movement of the repetition of the same changes. This is the third thesis, the third instance. What comprises a determined negation, because this is called the determined negation. A thesis and its opposite are not a simple and clear contradiction of two terms. They constitute an antithesis, namely a couple, a relation, an articulation in a unity of a difference, a mutual function in a new context. In other words, their interrelation activates a field of possibilities, as in Athens, from Ernst Bloch, etc. This third thesis constitutes a negation of the second thesis, of course, as an object and in consequences opens a new extended field of possibilities and at the same time even more determined. But a fourth thesis is a particular negation of the synthesis of the previous ones. It consists not only in a simple negation of a thesis, but also its total shift, total displacement, and acquisition of a different content. The new antithesis emerges from, I quote Althusser now, it's crucial, from the desire to rely on the previous thesis so it can escape from it. Close the quote. At this exact point, one could detect the whole problem of negativity as well as the conception of new dialectics, of new form of dialectics, this shifting negation, this displaced negation on behalf of Althusser. Decision, politics, practice, and actions are placed in this displacement from the theoretical to the real. As Nancy will argue later today, there are three moments in the dialectics of negativity, negative dialectics, and there is one fourth moment. It seems that philosophers who read Hegel again invent a fourth moment that makes the dialectics of negativity, the negative dialectics, a completely different form from that which we know in its Hegelian understanding. Now, my second point, utopias in the present. Having explored the Althusserian perception of negativity, we can address the question of the universal idea in a regulatory and presentist dimension. And at the same time, we can seek a methodology for an alternative to capitalism, where we call it socialism or something else. Talking about socialism today may sound awkward. Some people think that this topic is extremely outdated and too ideological, while others, a bit more conformist, believe that this discussion is of no use and no purpose instead adapting to today's reality. The ever-decreasing use of the term shows, of course, its historical defeat. But does this also mean this end? Its end. In view of major changes provoked by a pandemic condition, let's discuss if the socialist direction has a chance and what would be its future. I suggest that we should put an active methodology into practice in order to determine whether what we used to call socialism exists today. We should reconceptualize and transform this concept in this word in order to reflect on socialism of the present. Otherwise, if we stick to its outdated meaning, then we will understand socialism as an ultimate ideal goal beyond and out of the current historical condition. Talking about an affair that concerns everyone means that everyone should be concerned with a set of questions and actions. Everyone should be involved. It also means that there is an issue to be solved and therefore an issue of practice, as the climate change, the global pandemic crisis, the social inequalities. And also means that there is knowledge sharing by the individuals and groups. We use the expression in the present to provoke a counterpoint, as we have already said, to the eschatological and teleological perceptions of socialism as one very distant and ultimate society and ultimate goal. This was supposedly the end goal, telos of history, on the condition that socialists and communists would intervene, agents who know well this goal as well as the means to get there. It was a kind of special knowledge given by a privileged position of worldview of history, a total worldview which could describe it with certainty historical evolution, successive stages, agents, in other words, its subject. In fact, quite often, those in possession of such certainty were driven out of reality by understanding some of its aspects and overestimating others. In the course of time, a left-wing culture was organized, indifferent to current politics and its actors, concentrating only on consistency with ideas. It is a view resembling to the theological perspective of eternity, with which you see the here and now from the outside. The present is determined by its future justification and continuous promise of reward in the future. On the contrary, by arguing that a goal end is an affair of the present, we bring certain perception of action within the current condition, within contradictions and existing acting powers in society and politics. This action is based on empirical, or better, experimental knowledge of correlation of forces, of opposite tendencies that are formed when correlation of forces becomes antagonism between two parts. This brings engagement with one of the two historical tendencies and struggle for the dominance of the one over the other. Forces and tendencies are not external. They are always interrelated, and there is nothing out of this context. If we take seriously the sixth thesis on Feuerbach, Marx's sixth thesis on Feuerbach, that in the reality of the human essence is called the ensemble, in French, the ensemble of the social relations, then everything exists here in front of us. The possibilities, the interrelated forces, the opportunities, and the politics to pursue our common humanity. The idea that society is out of them and does not understand them is simply not valid. Property versus commons. With that said, socialism is a tendency of the present, an active force opposite to capitalism and grounded on present and real questions. This is the widely known position of Marx in his note on Wagner. Socialism appears in every class, Marx said communist, but that we have little transformation. Socialism appears in every class society as an existing antithetical tendency in the collective, common and institutional practices, as well as the struggles of individuals, classes, and the masses, even if it is an internal tendency in dominant capitalism, even if it cannot be perceived as something external and totally different to which we should move, even if those experiencing these shifts cannot understand them as such. In today's capitalism, we observe the tendency of individual property, or better said, of the continuous and perpetual appropriation of the commons, both natural and digital. There is also a tendency towards their dissolution or distraction to the privatization of public services, as well as to detachment from common global institutions of regulation. But even as an internal and inherent in these tendencies, there is also a tendency towards sharing goods, resources, powers, towards their transitivity and collective reinforcement, public property against individual or state property, solidarity, equality and freedom, the defense of public institutions and services, the protection and preservation of common life and common humanity. Even she is devised. Socialism, by definition, lies in the various practices of cooperation, in Latin sociare, combine, share, within and against capitalism and in favor of universal justice. It lies, socialism, in creating the conditions to move beyond cold, structural racism, sexism, precarious work, and in the end beyond capitalism itself, even though capitalism could follow these same directions in times of crisis. In the age of triple crisis, crisis of inequalities, refugee crisis, and climate change, and in view of major changes, the conflict between these two tendencies gains today fundamental importance. And of course, this fact is a new opportunity for socialism. It is time to accept and make ourselves open again to this idea. In the USA, I think, they speak boldly about socialism. Because it can give an answer to the needs of our society, it can provide a distinct political plan for Greece and a new model of public services for the entire world. It can be an inspiration for the political participation. Now, the knowledge required in this opportunity is not given by a privileged position in history, but is partial and characterized by uncertainty. Therefore, we are not talking about laws of causality, laws of course, but a knowledge of history through observable normalities and their alterations. We are seeking a historical rationality following dialectics, which explains the facts and is able to predict some developments for the immediate future. In other words, an articulation of knowledge and practice open to the possibilities of the present and the future, but future as avenir. We are talking about a materialism which differs from historical dogmatism by introducing elements of pragmatism and not of realism, of pragmatism, and expanding the latter towards the horizon of socialism in a radical and realistic way. In this perception of knowledge of history, the gaze is internal. We look from the inside to the infinity of the horizon. This is the Spinozian perspective. It is that you consider life to be short, as if you are not interested in how long it shall last. On the contrary, it is as if there is one and only life, and you can expand it from within by living in the present all of its moments, which may as well be infinite. We expand and open time and space from within. We expand the present, but also the unfulfilled possibilities of the past to the future. We see things from the perspective of an eternity in the present, of an eternity at the present, quite the opposite from the old theological and teleological eternity. Thus far, we conceive the articulation of knowledge and practice in a cooperative bipolarity, but in a particularly open way, which we could characterize performative, to converge with Athena's view. But this term will mean that action make a path instead of following such a predetermined path. The only way to open and map this new path is by walking. For this reason, we do not know what we are walking into, and we are open to all kinds of developments and possibilities of practices. For this same reason, we make our own goals, positioning, a leap in the gap of theory, shift, expectations, a movement towards an uncharted space. Knowledge in plural is never enough, but this cannot restrict practice and experimentation. To be precise, everything is possible in the gap between knowledge and practice, in the difference between knowledge and practice, theory and practice, in the divergence and distance between them. New possibilities and new meanings arise in the gap between them. This gap is the real, to use a psychoanalytical concept. Therefore, socialism as a goal is simultaneously created by collective action. It is a course to be found, called Althusser now, a duration to be formulated, a stability to be established, in short, a political product, a political normality. At this point, we can also conceptualize in a new way the planning, this time in relation to but also beyond state rationalism. On the ground of this conception, socialism is a goal emerging from the difference between general theory and concrete problems. It is, in other words, a marginal goal. This means that socialism is too close and too far. It is also a constant come and go from the future to the present and vice versa, and endless comparison. It is becoming clear now that the suggested presentism does not favor the exclusion of utopia and, in consequences, the fixation to the present. On the contrary, we propose the lifting of the internal barriers, the internal borders, experienced by political subjects due to the exile of the imagination. In this sense, We have certain experiences on which we rely for articulating our general position on socialism as an alternative to the present, an alternative plan, a model of strategic perception of movements like actions, a symbolic challenge, and political agenda, a new social deal. To come to a close, this argument entails the multiple meaning of socialism as idea, as politics, as economy, as state, as a way of organizing society. But this time, all of this in the present. All of its dimensions and terms can be reconceptualized and kept active in wider social processes, parties, and movements. Especially now, a new opportunity and possibility for socialism in the pandemic condition emerges from the necessity of public services during the pandemic condition. By pushing in every way possible their support through additional staff and voluntary help by permanent workers, we also reinforce the demand for their non-privatization. It is a rare task because the dark forces of negativity seems to be dominant all over the world. However, optimistic events have begun to multiply as well. We must recognize this possibility, strengthen, believe in it, not underestimate it, not disregard it. We need indeed some invariants, but they are extracted by these same practices. We can then represent them as a regulatory idea, as Gandhi said, that will guide us to action. It is not a matter of mere optimism because ideas exist, and this is proven by their results, regardless of whether they are victorious or not. In any case, they are present and active as a presentist utopia. And I don't see what else we have that will make us able to act in the end. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Michalis. You, using as starting point to share reading of Machiavelli, you drive us to the need to reinvent socialism in the gap between practice and thinking as a utopia, more important in these conditions of the pandemic, or more we have to see it more, we can see it more clearly that we need another conception. So we have 40 minutes to talk. I hold from your talks terms like desire, which you repeated more than two of you, also enjoyment, the critical thinking and the not yet of utopia. And I would like, we have one question from the audience, so I will start from this. It's from Elena Loizidou, and it's for Athena. And he says, I was wondering, how do you read the impulse towards mutual aid, utopian, that the pandemic unleashed, which does not bring just the left together? So a utopia of solidarity or mutual aid. Do you want to say something, Athena?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Effie, and thank you very much, Elena Loizidou. I would love to be able to talk about this with you at some point, but thank you for your exciting question. Let me say that I think that the moment of the now, so to speak, is really marked by the biopolitics of this ongoing pandemic management, or rather, the management of the pandemic by capitalism. So I think this becomes really one more site, a very suitable, actually, for power site, especially in its persistent interest in managing bodies and resources by ways of deepening inequalities and further fastening the exclusionary terms through which the public, or what Hannah Arendt calls the space of appearance, is formed. So the question is how to put forward collective enactments of resistance and counter-public without appearing in the public, how to take place without taking place. But actually, this is the question of the utopia anyway. So I think this is a moment when the situated historicity of the present, of this biopolitical moment that we call the present, more and more represents itself in all its lived embeddedness in the aporias of vulnerability, finitude, contingency. And I think it might be interesting to turn for the left, I mean, you know, to turn to the history of movements that have dealt with pandemics like HIV/AIDS, for example. So we have to turn to the history of ACT UP and see and learn how, I mean, from the ways in which this movement politicized vulnerability and brought forward projects of comradeship, especially through the link between mourning and militancy, to recall the memorable phrase by Douglas Crimp. So I think it's important to inquire into the differential registers of being in common. Of course, I mean, this is the huge loss of this moment. I mean, this impossibility of being in common in a way, and this is a way for us to think again of it as a critical question about power knowledge, and also about how to address and undo not vulnerability as such, but rather its uneven distribution, its violation, its breakability. So I think it's important for us, for the left, for our critical epistemologists, for our left collectivities to avow vulnerability and through this try to undo you know, the violability of vulnerability, the way in which power violates vulnerability. I think it's an interesting question here is, of course, the imperative staying at home, right? I mean, we have to consider the inequalities, huge inequalities that permeate, you know, social distancing, inequalities implicit in kinship, I mean, normative kinship, class, citizenship, location, right? I mean, geographic location, energy and digital connectivity resources. I mean, you know, every time that we academics talk about, I mean, through platforms, we have to remember, I mean, this is a privilege. I mean, this is a privilege that we inhabit in order to be able to be in common and think about the, you know, what it means to think in dark times. So I think we have to ask this imperative, and I think, I mean, I think that this is a necessary and unavoidable imperative. I have to say that, right? I'm not saying that our response should be to go out and, you know, go back to the public. I'm saying that let's take this as a challenge to think further about counter-publics. You know, counter-public as a critique of how the public in patriarchal racial capitalism is formed precisely by such uneven distribution of bodies, resources, and so on and so forth. So I think our response is not to disavow vulnerability, but rather to collectively think and enact alternative ways of being together. And I think this is a claim of actually of the demos of democracy. And so it's time for us to show, of course, how, and we've been doing this, I mean, the international left already, to show how capitalism goes after democracy, and at the same time account for the differential conditions through which what we call demos is formed. Through what kinds of interlocking powers of class, race, gender, ability, what counts as demos is actually determined. So let me stop here. I don't know if I have responded actually to your wonderful question, Elena, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Athena. Does anyone else want to comment something on this issue of the question of Elena Sluisidou. Well, I would like to ask you, Todd, you talked your analysis was very profound about the relationship, the use of the expert and the hate to the expert of the populist leader. But I think that we have another version of a relationship with the expert during the pandemic, and this is for me the medicalization of the political discourse, and that the expert is someone who is always intermediary between the power and the people. And I would like to see this other side of using the experts, not against them, but putting them in the middle of the political discourse. Is it clear? What?
Yeah, that's clear. Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think that, you know, for the populace, the expert's the enemy, but I think often that you're right. Like the expert is like caught, especially in the midst of the corona epidemic, right? Like the expert is it's in some way the central figure. And I think, you know, I don't know. I mean, I don't share the populist disdain of the expert, but I think you're right that there is a way in which the expert's role, just as you said, is like mediating the whole way in which we relate to the pandemic itself and the way that we relate to the response to it. I guess all I would say is I think that we can't that there is we should have a certain skepticism about expertise, but that to think that I guess my fear is that we take the expert, that we sort of fall into this populist thing that the expert is the enemy. But I think the opposite danger, I think that's what you're getting at, is there too, that we put our faith in the expert as someone who can guide us through to the good. So I guess my only point would be that we can neither disdain the expert nor have faith in the expert, that there's a kind of like suspicion about expertise that I think is the only way that we can get through. I don't know. I don't know if that addresses what your claim is.
Yes, it's clear. But I ask you this from a Foucauldian point of view, that the expert is the power knowledge exists. So that was my point. That sometimes I have seen a few weeks before a television program of 4 hours where many doctors were speaking about the pandemic. This was something interesting, but also I thought that I didn't need all that. Right. What I need is a politicized discourse about even the medical issue. I don't want to know what all the doctors think about the pandemic or the coronavirus. This is what my question. I think it's you answered. Yeah, of course.
No, I totally agree with you. I think that the key is to think of the expert as a political figure and not as I think in what you're talking about, the experts are presenting themselves as non-political. I'm just providing my expertise, but that's always a political intervention. And I think if we always think of the expert as a political figure, as what, you know, that's what they are, then I think that actually creates a barrier to this populist suspicion of the paranoia. So I think that's right, that these expert interventions are really part of the problem, that they are part of that they create this, the stripping of the politics of that, and the parading of the expert as apolitical is a central problem. Yeah, I agree.
I would like, melancholia was also a term who was present in Vicky's and Athena's talks mostly, and Michalis told about the negativity in Nancy text. So I was thinking if we have a good negativity and if melancholia could be a good start point for thinking on utopia. Well, Vicky, who would like to comment a little bit on this?
Well, it's a huge question. I don't know if it would be a good starting point. No, I don't know. I'm not sure. What I tried to say actually was that it was a bit provocative about Benjamin, but because about Benjamin, it has so often been stressed that he does have one of his feats in melancholia, actually, and there are many texts of his that testify to this, but also he has written this marvelous text against left melancholia. So I tried to highlight another aspect of his approach, which also has raised this question in me about why do not people who read the theses and Benjamin in general totally put aside his interest in Fourier. So I don't know, I cannot make a psychological or something like that analysis about how one starts to utopianize, but well, actually, modern utopias have they start from a critique of the existence. Of the existent. There is no utopia without critique. They go together. Actually, it's not utopia does not come. Utopian projects do not come like that. You have it in Thomas More. You have it during the 18th century, during the 19th century in Socialist Utopia. In all of their texts, you have a critique and the construction of another way of being, etc., etc. So, and it's on that those people that have thought about utopia in the 20th century, such as Bloch or even Ricoeur or Abensour and others, have it's on that they have focused, because they've seen this interdependence of critique and utopia. Utopia does not come just in the head of these people. And that's why actually Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto, they talk about critical utopian socialism, not just utopian socialism. About melancholy, no, I'm not certain. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't go so far as that. Maybe there are some utopian thinkers that begin with this, and even in Adorno, about what Athena, you said about Adorno, I'd be a bit more reluctant about this, because Adorno is I think it is a bit more complicated. Sometimes it depends on whom he speaks with, whom he addresses, what problem he addresses. So sometimes he changes his points of view and etc. So even on Utopia, I told you he publishes, it's very interesting because he publishes in 1966 the theory of four movements of Fourier, and he writes a short piece of introduction, one page, where he says he speaks very positively about Fourier, and there are other texts where he cites Fourier, and even texts about Auschwitz, which means that it's more complicated than just Bloch is much more in the utopianizing, while Adorno is more on negativity and melancholia, etc. So that's what I'd say.
Athena, you want to say something?
If we have time, unless
we have 2 minutes. I don't know.
Okay.
Michalis,
very quickly. I think that it's a huge, of course, a huge question. Adorno's what I would call negative utopianism. So of course it's not anti-utopian. It's not non-utopian. His thinking, but it's definitely negative in a way. But I think the question about melancholia is very interesting. The question that you posed, Effie, and I think for me the most challenging question here regarding this is why would one assume that melancholia is not compatible with critical agency, with politics? I mean, I think that's a very challenging question for the left. Especially it becomes very timely today, especially in light of this, what we call anti-critical turn. This idea that critique is something that paralyzes action, and So my question is, under what conditions can melancholia be mobilized, reappropriated as a politically performative concept? And how might, you know, melancholia or evoking melancholia move us beyond, you know, liberal accounts of what counts as political action? Liberal accounts, and I would say masculinist accounts, you know, this readiness to act, you know, this readiness to rise up. I mean, you know, all this, it's a very, I think it's a very challenging question. And I think I totally agree with Wendy Brown in her attempt to draw attention to the potentially conservative implications, potentially conservative implications of left melancholy. Because I mean, what she wants to denote, I mean, to point to there is how some parts of the left can be more attached, as she puts it, more attached to the impossibility of political change than to, you know, potential change and all that. So I take this very seriously, and I think we have to acknowledge this critique. At the same time, I have in mind, you know, Munoz's work, which I mentioned, you know, the way in which critical theory has used melancholia in ways that draw on the movements. You know, Munoz, for example, talks about the way in which queers of color evoke and address melancholia, not as a pathology, but as a very important constitutive part of these people's our lives, actually.
Well, thank you very much all. I think we have no more time. I want to thank you, Nicos Poulantzas Institute, and we are leaving the platform for Jacques Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you, all of us.
Bonjour. Costas Douzinas m'a demandé de contribuer à votre travail par une intervention sur la négativité. Donc, je fais très volontiers. À partir de ceci, il y a deux négativités. Il y a la négativité controverse et il y a la négativité dans laquelle on s'arrête, on séjourne même. Ainsi formulé, il paraît sauter aux yeux que la première est la bonne négativité, celle controverse, et la seconde serait la mauvaise. La première serait la négativité dialectique, hegelienne donc, et la seconde paraît dépourvue de toute ressource. On y verrait le nihilisme. Pourtant, les deux négativités se trouvent chez Hegel. Lorsque Hegel déclare que l'esprit ne vit qu'à la condition de ne pas reculer devant la mort et de séjourner en elle, il ne s'empresse pas de dire que l'esprit va ressurgir de la mort. Donc il est très insuffisant de considérer la dialectique comme une machine à nier la négation afin de parvenir à une ultime positivité. J'y reviendrai tout à l'heure. Se tenir auprès de la mort ou séjourner auprès de la mort n'est peut-être pas tout simplement transitoire. D'ailleurs, ce séjour n'est pas transitoire parce que la négation de la négation n'a pas le même caractère que la première négation, celle qui nie la première et simple position. La première négation est abstraite et elle nie l'abstraction de la position, mais la seconde négation, Hegel l'explique très bien dans la grande logique, la seconde négation est double. Elle nie en maintenant ce qui est nié. Aussi, Hegel dit-il qu'on peut la diviser en deux et avoir 4 temps au lieu de 3. Car la seconde négation maintient ce qu'elle nie tout en passant à une nouvelle position. Mais cette nouvelle position, en fin de compte, il n'y a rien d'autre, au terme même de Hegel, que la première position abstraite devenue concrète. Et donc la position finale est la position vivante, concrète, actuelle, en acte, en réalisation. Donc dans ce sens, il n'y a pas d'accomplissement dit de fin de la Aufhebung. Dans les termes la vie, la mort, la négation de l'abstraction initiale n'est pas la vie qui nie la mort, parce que l'abstraction n'est même pas encore la mort. Avec la mort, on est dans le concret de la vie. La vie, à la fois, nie la mort, revit, et la maintient, puisque la mort fait partie d'elle. En ce sens, je dirais que l'être exposé à la mort de Heidegger n'est pas autre chose qu'une reformulation de cette pensée de Hegel. Et si on oublie, si on n'oublie pas que la mort de Dieu est aussi la mort d'une vie éternelle censée assurer un passage définitif à travers toutes les morts vers une vie finale, terminale, qui elle-même ne connaît pas de mort, alors on peut comprendre qu'après la mort de Dieu, la modernité se soit trouvée devant la tâche justement de séjourner dans la mort, et pas seulement de s'en extraire ou de la supprimer. Mais le problème de la modernité est, je pense, justement d'avoir effacé cette tâche du séjourner dans la mort. Sans doute cette tâche n'était-elle pas entièrement claire d'entrée de jeu, peut-être pas à Hegel lui-même, ou alors elle lui est claire d'une clarté, vraiment de la clarté spéculative par excellence. Et d'autre part, la projection à laquelle nous sommes livrés en partie à cause de Hegel, ou à cause d'une certaine interprétation de Hegel, la projection d'une histoire comme succession de négativités traversées devant aboutir à une positivité finale et à la négation de toutes les négations, cette projection a beaucoup contribué à cet effacement de ce qui sans doute était et est toujours la tâche ouverte par la mort de Dieu. Et considérons de nouveau de près les caractéristiques des deux négativités. Première, celle par où on passe, négation de l'abstrait. Or, la négation de l'abstrait et la négation de cette négation considérée simplement comme négation au fond d'une autre position, ces deux temps sont seulement formels, dit Hegel. Seulement le troisième temps est concret. Seulement le troisième temps est la vie de l'esprit. Parce qu'il n'est pas un dernier produit, mais il est un mouvement ininterrompu. Où il est ce qui fait que si on distingue bien ce qui est négation et ce qui est négation de la négation, alors, Hegel le dit, on peut compter le 3 comme 4. En termes, dans les termes les plus formels, si vous voulez, être, néant, devenir. Le devenir est infini. En termes du système chez Hegel, logique, nature, esprit. L'esprit est seul le concret, et il est comme le mouvement incessant de la négativité, se niant elle-même, niant la négativité abstraite de l'esprit dans la nature et niant celle de la nature dans l'esprit. Donc, si nous le disons en termes de mort, premièrement, abstraction, deuxièmement, mort, troisièmement, mort de la mort, qui n'est pas simplement du tout mort ou état victoire, c'est-à-dire justement la proposition théologique, mort, mais plutôt qu'il y a deux victoires possibles, la mort et un séjour dans la mort qui nous donne à penser. Car qu'est-ce que c'est que séjourner? Hegel emploie le mot. Séjourner, c'est éprouver un lieu, un habitus, un ethos. Ce n'est justement pas passer. Essayons une transposition de cela sur notre histoire. Une transposition qui, je crois, sera peut-être plus fidèle à Hegel que la représentation qu'on a d'habitude d'une fin de l'histoire hegelienne. Première position, immédiateté, préhistoire. Bien sûr, il se passe énormément de choses dans la préhistoire, mais l'homme ne s'y voit ni en objet ni en sujet d'un cours de l'histoire. On est dans la reproduction. La vie se reproduit, l'existence se reproduit. 2. Histoire. Négation de l'immédiateté, production. Production, bien entendu, prend des allures très diverses selon les continents, avec un moment occidental décisif qui est proprement le moment de la production, et qui n'empêche pas que, de manière générale sur l'ensemble du monde, je veux dire en Orient aussi bien, en Chine et même en Amérique latine, se sont produits un ensemble de phénomènes dont d'une certaine façon l'Occident est le résultat. Donc, histoire, négation de l'immédiateté. Et aujourd'hui, où en sommes-nous par rapport à la production, c'est-à-dire justement à la négation de l'immédiateté indéfiniment reconduite vers un plus de production. Aujourd'hui, s'est produit une négation de la production au profit de l'information. C'est une autre négation, toute différente en un sens. Car la production ici n'est pas niée comme on s'y attendrait. Elle n'est pas niée de telle façon que nous reviendrions à la reproduction, plutôt nous en viendrions à la vérité concrète finale de la reproduction. Mais la production est transformée. L'information ne supprime pas la propriété privée des moyens de production, elle l'a accrue, et de beaucoup. Donc la négation de la négation, si nous considérons notre modernité comme une négation de la négation, est très loin de nous ramener à une reproduction archaïque revisitée. Et c'est là-dessus sans doute que quelque chose de la puissance de Marx est resté bloqué, arrêté. Marx aurait aimé retrouver l'immédiateté d'une supposée communauté primitive. En même temps, la production, elle, s'empêtre dans ses propres extrapolations et dans les oppositions pures et simples, oppositions pas du tout dialectiques qui envahissent toute la scène. Opposition d'abord des riches et des pauvres, opposition souverain, non souverain, puissance et puissance, effondrement ou future garantie, etc. Ce n'est pas la vie de l'esprit, ça. Ces oppositions qui surviennent à l'intérieur de la production ne sont pas la vie de l'esprit. Au contraire, c'est une sorte de stagnation dans le calcul et dans le court terme. Et cela signifie qu'il n'y a pas de séjour dans la mort. Cela signifie qu'on ne s'arrête pas sur la négativité que nous avons nous-mêmes mise en œuvre et en jeu, et dont la mort de Dieu est, disons, la formulation emblématique. Dans cette situation, Hegel l'ignorait, bien sûr, il ne pouvait pas la prévoir. Et maintenant, en revanche, relisons Hegel. Ce n'est pas cette vie qui recule d'horreur devant la mort et qui se préserve pure de la destruction, mais la vie qui porte la mort et se maintient dans la mort même, qui est la vie de l'esprit. L'esprit conquiert sa vérité seulement à condition de se trouver soi-même dans l'absolu déchirement. Se trouver soi-même dans le déchirement, voilà la vérité de la négativité. Et Hegel ajoute un peu plus loin, ce séjour est la force magique qui retourne le négatif en être. Bien sûr, il faudrait examiner longuement, précisément, ce mot très surprenant, magique, et ce retournement, Umkehr, le négatif en être, retournement qui justement n'est pas tout à fait une Aufhebung. Pour le moment, ici, aujourd'hui, retenons ceci. C'est en séjournant dans la mort, face à la mort, que la vie de l'esprit, la vie comme esprit, éprouve l'opération propre du négatif, son opération magique. Or, qu'est-ce que la mort aujourd'hui? Pas seulement tous les décès qui s'accumulent, bien sûr, les maladies, les guerres et les exploitations, encore que je reparlerai aussi de celle-là. Mais qu'est-ce que la mort aujourd'hui? Sinon justement la mort de Dieu, c'est-à-dire la privation de sens de tous les décès et de toutes les vies avec tous les décès. C'est ce qu'on appelle le nihilisme. Peut-être rarement avant aujourd'hui on a touché le nihilisme de manière aussi concrète, aussi palpable, je dirais, aussi constamment présente d'une quantité de manières que aujourd'hui. Or, au fond, peut-être pas si loin de Hegel, Nietzsche a voulu précisément essayer de comprendre qu'il faudrait peut-être séjourner au cœur du nihilisme au lieu de nous en détourner, au lieu de le récuser et de le condamner au nom de valeurs. C'est bien pour ça que Nietzsche parle de valeurs, au nom de valeurs précisément niées, annihilées, anéanties par la mort du sens. Alors, la formule la plus aiguë de Nietzsche, sa formule la plus aiguë et qui correspondrait, à mon sens, le mieux peut-être au quatrième temps, si on veut, de la dialectique hegelienne, c'est cette formule qui se trouve dans un fragment posthume, introduire un nouveau sens. Voilà la tâche, à condition qu'il soit bien entendu que cette tâche elle-même n'a pas de sens. Il ne s'agit donc pas d'une négativité qu'on traverse, il s'agit de comprendre la naissance de sens, la possibilité d'introduire, d'apporter, de faire venir du sens comme étant détaché de la perspective d'un sens global qui donnerait une signification dernière à toutes les productions, introductions, initiatives, inventions, créations de sens. Donc, ce n'est pas une négativité qu'on traverse. Que veut dire alors ne pas traverser? Si la mort que tout aujourd'hui nous présente sans cesse, tous les jours, tout le temps, attentats, guerres, accidents industriels ou de la route, du travail, dévastation écologique, famine, migration, règlement de compte, ici, violence urbaine et policière, là, suicide, maladie incurable, fin de vie interminable. Si cette mort polymorphe qui se présente sans cesse, encore une fois, et tous les jours et sans arrêt, si elle était le nihilisme même. Car elle n'est plus la mort telle que jadis elle pouvait être, la mort qui ne cesse toujours, bien sûr, de menacer au milieu des dangers d'un monde inconnu. Elle est au contraire la mort d'aujourd'hui. Elle est au contraire ce qui reflue de notre connaissance et de notre maîtrise du monde. À mesure que nous sommes plus savants et plus maîtres du monde, nous apparaît de plus en plus ce visage, encore une fois, polymorphe d'une mort pure et simple négation. Que donc on désirerait d'autant plus de nouveau traverser, mais pour laquelle, précisément, nous manquons au plus haut point de moyens de traverser, à moins de se confier très fidèlement à une forme ou à une autre de religion. En fait, cette mort est l'expression du sentiment dominant de notre temps. Et le sentiment dominant de notre temps, je dirais, c'est « sauf qui peut ». Car notre temps fait suite à un temps très long, bien sûr, un temps qui, en effet, qui a commencé avant Hegel et qui a semblé s'accomplir, se nouer avec Hegel, alors que je suis en train d'essayer de montrer que Hegel comprenait lui-même déjà autre chose. Donc nous avons été dans un temps qui n'a pas cessé de dire « nous allons nous sauver, nous allons, ou même mieux que nous sauver, nous allons nous réaliser, nous allons devenir enfin l'homme dans sa plénitude, l'homme dans sa totalité, la civilisation dans son intégralité ». Aujourd'hui, il n'y a plus aucune perspective d'accomplissement, ni donc de salut. Et c'est pourquoi je dis la formule du jour, c'est « sauf qui peut ». Et sauf qui peut, c'est la panique. C'est chacun qui fait ce qu'il peut pour sauver son petit morceau de vie. Et nous sommes dans un monde de panique parce que nous sommes dans un monde de destruction, d'anéantissement, d'extermination, d'éradication, j'en passe, et des meilleurs. Alors, il faut nous demander ce que peut signifier séjourner dans la mort. Je dirais que ça signifie au moins de prendre complètement au sérieux cet état du monde, de cesser de le prendre comme une négation qu'on va pouvoir traverser, encore une fois traverser. Je dirais que l'élection de Trump, qui à l'heure où je parle, semble se confirmer, mais je dirais peu importe qu'elle se transforme ou non, le fond des choses est quand même là, le fond de l'électorat de Trump est quand même là, et de bien d'autres électorats de par le monde. Électorat ou simplement opinion démise, soumise, remise à tout ce qui pourra permettre de flatter justement le sentiment de panique et de sauf qui peut. Eh bien, ou bien il faut prendre ça au sérieux, il faut s'arrêter dessus, il faut se demander, encore une fois, comme disait Nietzsche, comment est-ce qu'on peut introduire un sens nouveau tout en sachant que cette tâche n'a pas de sens. Ou bien, c'est en effet peut-être une autre façon de comprendre le séjour qu'il y a dans la mort, ou bien il s'agit d'accompagner une véritable fin du monde. Alors il n'y a plus de sens nouveau à introduire, parce qu'on ne peut même pas s'élever à la hauteur d'une absence finale de sens. Ça n'a pas de sens, il n'y a pas de lieu pour ça. Au contraire, c'est une mort par trop de sens qui serait en train de nous arriver, une mort par trop d'identification, trop d'assignation, trop d'organisation, trop de computation, trop de calculation, si je peux parler comme ça. Alors, peut-être, oui, la tâche qui n'a pas de sens serait non pas, je dirais, la non-tâche, au-delà de toute tâche, qui pourrait être la destination de l'animal de sens que nous sommes. Mais alors, au contraire, cette tâche qui n'a pas de sens pourrait être tout simplement la dernière tâche, c'est-à-dire la tâche qui ne peut même pas s'accomplir, mais qui, en ne s'accomplissant pas, en effet, ouvre à une négation dans laquelle le séjour ne serait plus un séjour, parce que lorsqu'on est mort soi-même, on ne séjourne plus là où on est.
7, 8, 9, 10. Welcome back all after this wonderful and thought-provoking talk. We saw the philosopher at work. We saw the event of philosophy. At this point, Jean-Luc has not as yet joined this session. We hope that it will happen pretty soon. And at that point, of course, we will start a discussion with him. But let me say a few words in this gap that we have, hopefully a short gap between Jean-Luc comes online. Now, as many of you know, the characteristic of Jean-Luc Nancy is his generosity of spirit, his warmth of heart, the elegance of speech. Jean-Luc has supported all types and kinds of initiatives on the left for very many years. And I recall, and perhaps many of you will recall, back March 2015, Jean-Luc visited Athens and spoke at a conference dedicated to his work and also at the Institut Français here in Athens, giving a talk on democracy and running the lines and tracing the trajectory of philosophy from classical Athens to that point. And that point, March of 2015, was a ray of light. A ray of light was breaking through the Athenian sky after the victory of the left in January elections. It was a time of expectation, a time of hope. The realistic of a realistic utopia was emerging. Perhaps a new sense, we thought at the time. Today, we are at the other end. Negativity, radical evil, pessimism. The nihilism of capitalism, the nihilism of globalization and the pandemic proclaims the absence, the impossibility of sense, nonsense as sense. And of course, the idea of sense, of the world as sense, is a key concept in the work of Jean-Luc Nancy. Jean-Luc taught us that after the death of God, we need a finite thinking of the infinite that would fill the gap that God has left. We must now seek the transcendent immanence, the limit of life in life that opens to the infinite. Repeatedly, Jean-Luc quotes Blaise Pascal and, of course, Marx. Humanity transcends humanity. That is the spirit in which Jean-Luc has taught us over the years, that we have the aim that humanity is precisely the being that always transcends itself. It is discernible humanity in the incessant surprising of the human condition and its exposure to an undecided future which makes humanity not a substance but an existence. The pandemic is a crossroads. It opens two worlds. In that sense, is a real aporia. The first is distancing, detachment, alienation. The sovereign self must keep the other at a distance because she is dangerous. Second, emerges in the pandemic too and tarries with the negative, transcends or sublates the negative. The negativity of the disease, the negativity of death is overcome in a dialectical move which turns the evil into the cause of solidarity, of coming together, of caring for others, of thinking the impossible, as earlier on Athena and Vicky and Tanya were telling us. the negative, the evil, make us remember and return to the common good, to vulnerability, to solidarity, to the commons. We are at this crossroads, and I think the discussion of the two types of death as radical evil, death as the pandemic, and death as part of life, as something which can be sublated in life. These two ideas of the negative that Jean-Luc in so wonderful way gave to us this afternoon, these two ideas, I think, are putting us into making a decision. These crossroads, the two paths. Either we move forward apart, fearful, death-bound, or we stand together with others, plural and singular, myself as the other, as Jean-Luc Nancy so many times has told us. Let me finish with something that Richard Wagner writes in Parsifal. Only the spear that smote you can heal your wound. The wound that heals, the wound that becomes its own cure is precisely the tarrying with the negative, transcending evil. This idea of a wound that heals is precisely the foundation of most post-Hegelian thought, and I think this thought is coming to a culmination, is coming to its peak in the work of Jean-Luc Nancy. I will stop here. There's so much that can be said about the work of Jean-Luc, particularly after this wonderful talk that I think in his great generosity gave us a gift that I think will mark this conference and this particular evening. I will now ask Ioanna Bartsidis, a philosopher residing in France, who actually translated this talk, and perhaps you will have noticed, I think, both the accuracy but also the elegance of the translation that followed on from the elegance of the talk of the philosopher. So Ioanna has been in contact with Jean-Luc over the period that she was working with him on the translation. So I will ask Ioanna to give us a few thoughts, experience of talking to Jean-Luc and some of the ideas that passed between the two of them. Ioanna, over to you.
Thank you. So I addressed, thank you, Costas, for the presentation also. I asked some questions, I submitted some questions to Jean-Luc Nancy to make more clear some passages of his presentation and to develop some points. And I have selected two answers that he gave us, which were the longest ones and the most interesting, I think, for the discussion. And I translated them into English, so I will read the questions and the answers that Jean-Luc Nancy gave me. So the first question was, in what way is production reconducted into a surplus of information, as he mentions in his presentation? Why is that generating non-dialectical oppositions that cannot be superseded, that are not the life of the spirit, but a stagnation that we experience in the current historical era? This was a question to allow Nancy to give some precisions on this very political passage of his presentation on late capitalism. And he answered, information could be, or one would have thought it could be, a break with the era of production of goods, objects of consumption, and a shift towards a way of life where the exchange of signs would be preponderant. Let's say something similar to what happens when we discuss together for the simple pleasure of discussing together and not to exchange recipes, orders, codes, management tools, etc. However, information turns out to be an object of production like any other, even if it is different in what concerns techniques, hardware, software, messages, blogs are objects that have monetary or symbolic prices, etc. From that on, we can think that instead of moving towards a liberation from production, we have rather a stagnation in an all-encompassing production. So that was the first question and the answer of Nancy. And I will move on to the second and last question, which concerned the last passage of his presentation, where he talked about a death by too much sense, something that he mentioned in the end and which was developed very briefly. So I asked him if he could get back to that point and analyze it a little bit more, and explain what would be a death by too much sense, as he says, which is happening to us now. And he answered, first, I wanted to, it is a circulation, always restarted, always new, but never conclusive. But in the new world that seems to be taking shape now, there is a given meaning. This meaning is always more. Speed, information, money, technical prowess, all that has to be always more. Certainly, there is no longer a final meaning, such as a heavenly or terrestrial paradise, but there is a substitute for this meaning, which is this always more, which is as illusory as a paradise, but also more deceptive, because always more has no limit. It is death by the loss of the meaning of meaning, a death by its incompleteness. So a death by the incompleteness of meaning. And Nancy explains, meaning is not incomplete because it has no limit, but on the contrary, so in a positive way, meaning is incomplete because of the communication, the endless communication of limited beings between them. Limited things, limited beings, finite beings. This was the second answer to the second question. And I hope these two developments will be productive and useful for the discussion. So I pass the speech to whoever is next.
Δεν έχετε ανοίξει τα μικρόφωνά σας.
Yes, sorry, I do apologize. I'm trying to get in touch with Jean-Luc, and we have not managed so far. So just to say very briefly that the idea of sense is central to the work of Jean-Luc Nancy. Sense or meaning is what the world is. The world is sense. And he distinguishes between the world of globalization and the monde of mondialization, because globalization is what has turned the spirit of exchange, circulation, exchange value as the central value of the world, and this is the value of nihil. It is nihilism. Globalization is nihilistic, and in that sense, the pandemic that is that the virus that is circulating all over the world is precisely the same kind of nihilistic idea, the same type of nihilistic non-value or exchange value that globalization is all about. Le monde, on the other hand, is meaning, and that meaning cannot be finally lost. It can be pushed, but without meaning, there is no world. And that, I think, is one of the great lessons that he has given us over the years. The meaning of the world is precisely who we are. But this is a meaning that is always created with others, together with others, always in a combination in which myself is another and the other is myself. That is, again, the different ontology, an ontology that places togetherness at the basis of the self, the basis of the I. But let me stop now and let me move on to Vicky Iakovou, of course, has translated the work of Jean-Luc Nancy, has written about Jean-Luc Nancy, and she was at this conference back in March 2015, if I remember correctly.
Yes, thank you. I have not written on Nancy, I have just translated him. And I think Tanya wanted to say something, so I'll give the floor to her. And if there is time, I'll make a comment.
Yes, there was some problem. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I would just like to make a comment comparing the negative of the psychoanalytic theory, the contemporary psychoanalytic theory, with the restlessness of the negative of Nancy. The negative in psychoanalytic thinking is something that has to be repressed, forgotten, so that it will come through in the secondary processes with all the laws and rules that the secondary processes put on subjects. Bringing up the negative, we open up a space that all these rules and roles and values that the Oedipal narrative force us to be with can be renegotiated. In order for that to happen, the communication between the subjects, either in the clinical field or in the political field, has to start from scratch. That's its poverty as well. As Costas said, we have nothing. We have no great narratives, either in psychoanalysis or in philosophy or whoever, in order to understand and interpret. We have to just be with the other and listen sometimes, not even to the language, not even to speech. Listen through our poverty, through our vulnerability to each other. That is a very, very, for me, important point, because it shows that meaning can be renegotiated in the present, as Bartsidis said in the other panel, and be in restlessness according to the present, according to the humans we are, the vulnerable humans we are, living our lives amongst death and trying to make our little senses during that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tanya. Yes, that was a great intervention, and Jean-Luc does speak about this limit in life, which, however, opens us to the infinite, to the beyond life, but no longer a theological, a paradise, a religious position. And that limit for Jean-Luc, there are three types of limits: death, the other, and the unconscious. The unconscious is a limit which makes us who we are. It is the precondition of that sense of meaning and of self, alongside the other person and death, which is in life. Let me now turn to Vicky for perhaps a last comment. If Jean-Luc Nancy turns up later, we are all ghostly presences here. And I remember an exchange, a long exchange between Jean-Luc and Jacques Derrida on the meaning of the ghost. The ghost, they were talking at that point about film, how on the film screen, the actors, the shadows of the actors are ghosts. And now, of course, when so much of our communication takes place on screen, through shadows and through voices, but without flesh, with, Jean-Luc's presence is here with us, even if we're not seeing them at this very point in time. So Vicky, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Costas and Ioanna and Tanya, and of course Jean-Luc Nancy, although he's not here. When I read and now that I heard his talk, there was a point. There are many points that I would like to talk with him about, but there's a point where he says that the dominant stance in nowadays is shopkeepers, save oneself, and he related that at one point with Trump. And I would have asked him whether one can also say something a bit different, or that Trumpism and far-right movements nowadays, what they do is actually, they do not move in this, exactly in this logic of shopkeeper, of save oneself, but actually propose a certain meaning and a certain sense of belonging and a sense of being saved collectively, not individually. Collectivity is white males, etc., etc. So the question would be, how would one differentiate between this kind of shopkeeper, which is maybe collective shopkeeper, from a kind of collective, effort to save people that would be on the left, etc. This would be my question to Jean-Luc. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky. I would like to remind us all that Jean-Luc gave a long interview in that rather wonderful series on the radio, on Kokino Radio, theory on what was theory online, or theory to Kokino. So this Jean-Luc interview, which of course theoria στον αέρα, theory on air, that was the name of that particular program. And it was the Nicos Poulantzas Institute that was organizing theoria στον αέρα. And Athina Athanasiou was involved in that particular interview. So we hope that we're going to extract that particular program with Jean-Luc Nancy and put it on our website so people can listen to him again. So let me thank you all, Ioanna, for your wonderful translation and your comments, Tanya and Vicky. And I think we can now leave this particular session, move on to the general discussion, and if the ghost appears at this late stage, then we would try to put him back on again so we can continue the conversation. Thank you very much, and let's move on to the final discussion.
Okay.
Mute your speakers.
Okay, now, dear all, we thank all of you for your participation and your interesting presentations during this second day and during the exhausted from this 2 days conference. I think it is a productive process and debates. Now let me draw some conclusion remarks, and after I will give the floor to you. The dark times were there before the pandemic. Many were talking about the highest point of neoliberalism and its attack against our planet's climate. Now more issues arise. How does neoliberalism confront life itself and human life in particular? What is the value of human life, especially of those who risk their life by working outside in a pandemic outbreak? This new pandemic condition that we experienced the past years aggravates the state of vulnerability, insecurity, and fear that people felt in previous years due to financial problems, inequalities, exclusions, and exploitation. However, in this new condition, this takes a historically unprecedented turn if we consider Nancy's observation that what we have now is a shift, a change, a displacement in the relationship between life and death. After the emergence of the pandemic, death is not what it used to be. Up until now, life was threatened by wars, exploitation, minor destruction, but life prevailed over death. Far from that, now we experience an extension of death, a change in the meaning of death, given that it takes a form of perpetual destructiveness. Death now covers the whole public sphere, our imaginary, our souls. It takes the form of elimination and destruction. The pandemic is the fear of death. There is our analytical proposal on which we are asked to reflect individuals. Classes, masses have been fixated on a state of perpetual negativity. We explore whether it is the fixation of negativity and the constant living by death that leads the world to the exclusion of imagination, to the impossibility for any thought worthy of the name of imagination, let alone for another vision, for another better life and society. That leads the world to the negative reaction of authoritarian conservatism and Trump's, Bolsonaro, and Orban's right wing. The appearance of perpetual panic, of perpetual precarity, let fear freeze our souls, bodies, and minds. In his reading of Hegel, there is also a magic power to deal with in this state, which the governments and especially the current Greek government use in an instrumental and totally cynical way to pass many measures that overturn their living and working conditions as we know them, to tear down rights and conquest of centuries, to tear down modernity with a legislative flash war, blitzkrieg, to tear down social rights, public spaces, and common goods. Here we now move on to the duties and the responsibilities of the left. Its historical mission, the question what is to be done. Our keynote speaker has described very well our state, but he seems to me quite optimistic and aporetic. Our conference and the quest of the left must be oriented to the traversal of darkness, to the reconstitution of and the reformulation of the concept of common humanity, to turning fear into feeling of common humanity and affect of togetherness. This would mean the reconstitution of politics. And let me give an example of how this could be done. These days we see pictures of vaccination process that relies on selection and privileges. The feeling of the panic that take over people becomes ever more intense by the fact that the ruling elites and in general the tendency towards the negativity of neoliberalism and the authoritative conservatism in both every man for himself picture. When he sees Trump leaving the global organization for climate change and the World Health Organization, in other words, when we see state leaders disconnecting from institutions that are common for humanity, establishing a perpetual exit like Brexit, when we see the appropriation of monoclonal antibody drugs, the privileged access to the best hospitals, we cannot but see as well the blow of the modern condition of the modernity, as Max Kuzel said at the first panel, where we struggle for equality to a certain extent successfully. In the face of this picture, people can react, get angry, revolt, or freeze even more and become frustrated with everything. And this is because we need and do not see is a picture of common humanity. We do not see something that connects each one of us with the other. The proposals of the left should calmly draw people's proposals for the sharing of vaccine, patients, and medicine. As long as the panic of appropriation prevails, we are not going to see a reaction, a doubt, an uprising towards an emancipatory institutional reorganization of societies, but on the contrary, it could be even worse. This is a historical challenge, and at this time, we cannot know its outcome. Now, I have questions from the chat from the morning panel, but I prefer to give the floor to you, and I think, first of all, follow the panels from the morning. I think it's Michalis Bartsidis. If he has some remarks, some questions.
So I forgot my mic. No, I don't have something that I would like to start with. So just let me make a very general comment, because my German education does not let me be very optimistic. So I think what is going to happen after, as Michalis already said, is still open. Because on the one side, there is a major change. There is a major possibility for everybody to understand, possibly, and to judge what is happening, but this is not necessarily the case. I'm afraid neoliberalism will turn it around, business as usual. We'll have an end of this catastrophe with a possible start of a next. It doesn't seem that the powers of the subaltern classes and the power of the left is strong enough to change the discussion, to invent new ways of politics, not yet at least, not to be very, I mean, to let some optimism there. I think we have to, let me go back to one of the first speeches, we have to reinterpret what is happening. We have to work because, okay, we're on the part of theory here. So we have to produce theory. We have to try to understand on a deeper sense what has happened in the last 30 years. And we have to prepare for something which is not going to be easy if we're talking about politics. So we have to remain inventing in the political sense, just to provoke you. And thank you.
Thank you, Michalis. Thank you, Michalis. And now I'm giving the floor to, according to the first panel of the morning, to Tanya Vosniadou for her comment. Tanya, can you hear me? You have to open your microphone, Tanya.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to agree with Michalis that the future is absolutely uncertain. There are no visions or theories. We're all, in a way, in a sort of, but there are small things that can be done, and some of them have been shown in this Congress. Some ideas in our heads have to be changed. But there is another thing that I didn't hear much in this meeting, and it is that we're talking about what's happening to the others, to the right and to the bad ones. But I haven't heard anything about us, about the left. And I would think that stands by what it represents today should be able to deconstruct mythological conceptions, constructions, even when they are part of its own flesh. It has to deal with and work through the certainties that are given to us on multiple levels, as well as their fragility, and reveal the deep uncertainty that characterizes more and more the human experience. We talk many times as though we know it all through our analysis, through our academic meetings and whatever. but we're as well very, very, very much uncertain about where we are going. A left of our time should give space to the vulnerable, but in action, wherever they come from. First of all, it should recognize its own ideological obsessions and prejudices, and indeed, the evil within it. I believe that there can be no moral privilege of the left if it is not able to reflect on these matters, and not only reflect, but go down to the poverty that characterizes our thinking through its participation in social events, both within its structures and institutional frameworks, but mainly in every local or international movement process, even the ones that are being done in secret. Because as Nancy says, we come between us in secret. The word domination is problematic, in my opinion, in the context of today's thinking of the left. What is urgent is that it will think and act in such a way as to allow the opening of places where others may or may not come, as again Nancy would say. And I haven't heard much of this kind of critique that has to do with ourselves as people of the left. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya.
Michalis, may I interrupt for a minute? It looks as if Jean-Luc is trying to enter, so
okay.
We may have, the chance.
Of course, yes, of course.
Thank you.
Now I have to continue, and you note me when Jean-Luc. Okay. Now I'm giving the floor to Yanis Rakakis. That I'm very happy to participate in the conclusion panel because he never told us about this. But now we are happy and we're waiting for his remarks. Yanis?
Thank you very much. I don't want to say many things because I have questions also. I share many thoughts Dania and Michalis put forward. But although I'm a pessimist, I want to say only something quite I think. I think there is all hope. Try to think what is happening in Chile. Brute dictatorship, the most vulnerable liberal authoritarianism, managed democracy for many decades, memory. And then suddenly you have millions of people outside and you have a referendum in which 80% of the people vote for a new constitution. So that's the only thing I want to say.
Okay, now we pass rapidly to Paul Gilbert from Paris. Paul, you have already 2 questions, but you have to, to compare in a final remark. Okay.
Okay. Yes, I don't have so many things to say as final remarks. So first, I want to thank you for the organization of this interesting and really good conference. Maybe just a definition of disaster by Walter Benjamin. I think it's like a good point to conclude this conference and the intervention. Benjamin defines the disaster as not what will happen in the future, but that everything continues as before.
Paul, just a minute. Jean-Luc, welcome to our panel.
Sorry?
Jean-Luc Nancy is in our panel. Welcome.
Bonjour.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Paul, vous pouvez continuer.
Okay, thanks. So I just said that the disaster in Walter Benjamin view is not what will happen, that everything continues as before. And of course, it can be viewed in a really pessimistic way, but it's also a sign of hope, I think. Because with this definition of disaster, it can be said that any prospects of disruption of the neoliberal order is the opening of an utopist possibility. And in this respect, I think the form of solidarities against COVID disease and climate movement in general that have flourished in Europe since few years are a sign of hope, and not just a sign of pessimistic disillusion about the actual disaster. So that's the only thing that I want to say about as a general comment. Do you want me to answer the questions, or will I do that later?
I think that you have to do later, maybe. Now I have the dilemma to give the floor in Philadelphia or Jean-Luc Nancy. No.
This is not a dilemma, sorry. I think we should give the floor to Jean-Luc, of course.
Okay. Costas Douzinas has to repeat his introduction. Welcome to Jean-Luc.
Yes, thank you, Michalis. Bienvenue, Jean-Luc. It is with great anticipation that we want to thank you for joining this conference with this wonderful talk you gave to us. We heard it earlier. And to thank you more generally for the generosity of your spirit, for the great elegance of your speech, and the way in which you are illuminating aspects of your current predicament. We had a short discussion earlier about your talk and a few more general aspects of your work. So there is no point in me saying much more now. I think I will turn it to you to give us a few concluding thoughts, and then after that, perhaps you may answer to some questions from our panel. So thank you very much again. Over to you, Jean-Luc.
Thank you, Costas. So first, excuse me because my English is very poor, and maybe I cannot say everything, but somebody will be able to help me. Well, the talk I registered on video is about negativity as, I would say, as absolute negativity. My concern with negativity today is that maybe we are still in a way or in another in a certain understanding of the Hegelian dialectic. This understanding is an understanding that the negative comes to the positive and finally give a positive issue. Maybe as well, in a way, like I heard about Benjamin by Paul Gilbert now. But of course, I understand very well that that a big crisis may open a possibility for a new utopia. But maybe I would like to discuss even the idea of utopia. But let's listen. Now, about negativity in Hegel, to start again from Hegel. And from Hegel, because I think that first, that Hegel is really the first thinker of the modernity, and second, because I think that the negativity in Hegel is is not well understood when we understood that it is a way of passing to a new positivity. Why? Because Hegel itself, at the end of the Greek logic, explained that the third moment of the dialectic, that the third may be understood as a fourth one. So here Hegel writes, we can count four times. Why? Because the third time is not simply the negation of the previous time and the production of a new positivity. The third time is at the same time together the negation and the position, because with the third time, the negation is conserved, if it is the right word. So it is taken with the positivity. So the third time, as writes Hegel there, the third time is not a final issue. It is a perpetual movement, writes Hegel. The third time is ever moving between precisely the negation and the position. So there is no a simple and unique position, but there is the negation is still there. And then I would like to link this end of the logic with the beginning of the phenomenology, where Hegel, as you know, writes that the spirit is not the one who is afraid from death, but the spirit is the one who remain in the death, who stay here. Hegel used the word who means, how to say that in English, to stay, to maybe something like to dwell, no? So, demeurer. So, what does that mean? What does that mean? If we take the two texts together, from the logic and from the phenomenology, that means that the negativity is not to be overcome, or the overcoming of the negativity occurs through the negativity itself. In the phenomenology, just after the well-known sentence, Hegel goes further and he writes this very strange phrase for him, for Hegel, that this stay in the negativity or with the death, in the death, no, the death, excuse me. The name is death, no, it's not death. So, is the magic tool with which so it is possible to go to a positivity. It's magic. What means magic by Hegel? nothing. So we can search and see. So it is very strange that Hegel writes that. I think that this magic means that precisely there is no way to explain or to deduct or to logically come from staying in the negativity to the positivity. Or it is that the magic, maybe we could say magic is all the time, has all the time something to do with immediacy, that is, something is transformed, is immediately transformed. So then negativity is, again, is not overcome, but transformed, and then according to the logic, not simply transform in positivity and the negativity would be forgotten, but it is transformed in something where the negativity is still there. Then I would ask to our thinking, that is to the left theory, which is the theme, the purpose of this meeting. Shall we not understand something new, something different from the going from the negative to the positive, and understand how we can stay in the negativity at the same time as we are going away? Maybe that would mean at least that we have to do something with death, precisely. And this, the virus crisis makes clear how much we have a difficulty with death. We don't know what to do with it. So we are fighting against the virus, which is absolutely normal, but as if it would be impossible to recognize that the death by the virus is one of the form of the many deaths, or of the fact that we are mortal. Our mortality is never taken in account in our thinking of history. Maybe precisely because the left thinking has been all the time a thinking of history, a historical thinking, and of history as a process going toward a final issue, a total man, as writes Marx. This is not a criticism of Marx, or yes, it is a partial criticism, because as it was absolutely normal that Marx thought in the term of the progressive history. But maybe we can keep the idea of progress, but of a certain kind. Which progress? Because now our crisis now is exactly the crisis where we know that each progress is coming back. Yeah, even each progress in the medicine is a coming back, because it brings new difficulties, etc. So it opens to the whole thinking about technology and the idea of progress. So I wanted just to say that. What does it mean for us to think of a history to come, a history that we should understand less as a continuous progression toward a final result, but as a succession of events, of change, for which naturally we have to fight and to make the most possible, but the most possible not only in the way of the progress, because the progress now knows itself as as its own negation. So we have to be, I would say, more strong than the negation in the progress. That is to think again. Yes, I can say about this. Not only about this, but about the mortality of the man in general. But I don't want to talk more because so we have to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Jean-Luc, for your explanation. Now, is there anybody, Fina, did you want to have the floor because it's your...
because the sound is very bad. I don't understand you very well.
Okay. Fina, do you want to have the floor?
Yes, okay, thank you. I'll just take 2 minutes if I can, or let me know. But I want to just acknowledge Jean-Luc Nancy's wonderful intervention here, and I think it's really great that he calls upon us to address sensuality, vulnerability, and finitude, actually, and I think we have to address this question, what it means for left theory to account for finitude. And I think this is actually very important, especially when I try to account for the cruel biopolitical moment that we call the present, how important it is actually not to ignore or devalue finitude or disavow vulnerability, but rather try to collectively think and enact alternative ways of being in common and being together. I think Jean-Luc Nancy's sense of the world is a really absolutely necessary point of entry into the critical tasks of the contemporary left theory and praxis. This sense of the world, which actually has meaning and sexuality, it is in a way to politicize finitude. And I think Jean-Luc Nancy's work on Hegel, with this wonderful idea of restlessness of the negative, paths a way for us to further think about the political implications left of this remarkably renewed and radical reappropriation of Hegel's work. I think Jean-Luc Nancy's project actually to revise and shift the idea, this very common idea that Hegelian dialectics culminates in a moment of final and total synthesis. So it helps us actually to go beyond introducing the contingent, the inconclusive, the singular plural, and also finitude, desire, the idea of being in common. I think these are all very relevant to contemporary left reappropriations of the political. And I think it's absolutely urgent to address both the philosophical and the political importance of such revision, which actually is a gesture to recapture Hegel from the right. Like, I mean, it's a way to repoliticize Hegel for the purposes of left theory. And So once again, I want to thank you, Jean-Luc, for offering us this gift of your thought and your interventions all these years. And I think for me, at least, is a wonderful way to go beyond the comforting ontological category, negation versus affirmation, optimism versus pessimism. I think we really have to go beyond these comforting categories of thought. And personally, I want to thank you because you have enabled me to do so. And I will always remember with affection our encounter during that radio interview that we had at the many years ago, which actually Costas mentioned before. So thank you for all, and I'll stop here. I hope I didn't abuse my assigned time. Michalis, to you.
Excuse me, now just I want to say thank you. You speak about finitude, and then we have to introduce another name than the name of Hegel. That is the name of Heidegger. And in Heidegger, the negativity in Heidegger belongs to the being itself. Maybe, not maybe, but it is certain that Heidegger himself, in a certain way, converted the being in a kind of complete positivity. When he doesn't stop to speak about even Sein with the Upsilon, no. Heidegger has a difficulty to keep the negativity. He introduces himself in the being itself. So maybe our task is to help Heidegger or to go beyond Heidegger. So,
absolutely, yes, I agree. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Now I'm wondering if Aristidis Bartas wants to have the floor for a comment, for a question, for something.
But again, it is I don't know. It is like something metallic in the sound.
Aristidis?
No.
No. Δεν ακούγεσαι. Δεν ακούγεται. Μετά, okay. Now, Costas Douzinas?
Yes, as I said, Jean-Luc, we had a long exchange just before you came on your talk, so I don't want to repeat myself the comments I've made. Let me just put to you a certain provocation. You discuss the two negativities, the negativity which we can call with Kant the radical evil, and then the negativity that you stay in, as you put it, you remain and you tarry with it, and then you move on. Now, I remember that in your great work on globalization and mythology, the idea of nihilism and mythology, you said that globalization is that huge expansion of exchange value, of something that does not have use value, but just exchange value, therefore has no value, and therefore it is nihilistic. Now, the COVID, the virus, in a sense, is a symbol, an effect, and a symbol of globalization. It moves everywhere, it enters cities, neighborhoods, bodies, in order to kill. It is nihilistic in that sense. Death is its aim, if we can speak in those terms, for a virus. So globalization nihilistic, the virus is nihilistic. But could we not see in the way in which many societies, particularly societies in the South, in the south of Europe, in the Mediterranean, but also in the global south, have responded to that bad, evil, radical evil, precisely by, you could say, tying with the evil, by returning to being with, to solidarity, to all kinds of ways of answering this radicalness of death as an absolute death with no further, by returning, remembering, returning that vulnerability and the way in which we can answer the vulnerability, which is being together, which is returning to an ontology of togetherness, of being one with the other. So could we also see that perhaps that radical evil of the COVID could actually help recreate a sense of being together?
Certainly, this COVID may help us in this way. Certainly, but then the question is how shall we understand the together? Because if there is a way for the together, I would say that it's the Chinese way. Yeah? All Chinese are together, and it is not enough to say there is an authoritarian, even totalitarian government in China. No. There is certainly this government, but there is something else, not only in China, but in South Korea, in Vietnam, in partly in Japan as well. There is the togetherness as a common working in order to produce more. So, and then maybe the question now is to know if we will become a complete mankind of this kind, or then for the people of the South, as you say, how shall togetherness be? Are the togetherness precisely of mortal people? We are. Recently, I thought about this. The question of equality. All the time we speak about equality, and this is absolutely central in the democratic way of thinking. So, what is the ground or the reason of equality? We don't know. We say we are equal because we are all human people. That means human people are. Nobody knows. We talk about the right of man as natural right. Then we have the perception of mankind, and then of togetherness as a perception of something which, in a way, is not a togetherness, but it is. I don't know how to call that. It is to be almost like our image now on the screen, you know. They are not together. Each is in his room, and of course we communicate through speech, but we know it is not the same as if we would be in the same place, you know? And that is with the presence of our bodies, etc. So then the togetherness understood as togetherness of mortal people, something that every culture out of the modern culture understood very well. This is certainly something we have to take again.
Yes, I agree with you. Just one comment, because of course what you answered to my question is to say that against the nihilism of globalization and individualism, there is a communitarianism of communion, which is a communion to death, you know, which is being together, China and so on. But I think
no, excuse me. No. If you come today, I don't know, to a meeting of a leftist party, if there are still leftist parties somewhere, and you say, you know, my comrade, we are together because we are, and we are equal, and equal and free, and even maybe fraternal, because we are mortal. And all the people will laugh, no? I say, what are you saying? That's not the question. Of course, it is. And again, we come to a bad negativity. I would say everybody will say, yes, we know. We are mortal people. This is very sad, but we cannot do in another way. It would be better to be immortal. And this is precisely something that comes today with the transhumanism, an idea of the immortality. And so it needs a whole reflection about what means life, to understand that an immortal life is no longer a life. No? If we would live eternally, then where would be even a sense of the sense of the life? So all the time we are asking for sense of the life, but where is the sense of the life if the life is immortal? Is it so? The sense of the life, of the biological natural life, is precisely to be born and die and transmit the life. The life is something that goes from one to the other through the separation of the death. And it is, of course, that is not easy to take. And frequently I think that no one culture has been happy when the people die. In every culture, people are sad, and but there are ways to take this sadness. It is more than a sadness to take the absolute loss in the community as such. That is our problem. How can we say that? I would say that every burning for people, I mean non-religious burning. So sometimes I think about all the non-religious burning I have seen in my life, where it has been attempts to make a quasi-religious ceremony, or to make a ceremony. The ceremony as such is already something from religion, no? So how can we invent something like that? But maybe the virus helped us very well, because precisely we was very shocked by the death of the people, more in the last spring in Italy. It was a certain time in Bologna. No, every people was shocked with the view of the people buried so in the quickly and quasi separately. So, but why? That means that we have still a sense of what is to do with death. And of course, it is not only a question of what to do as an exterior practice, you know. We could invent a laïc or even socialist or communist burning, but that's not, no. That needs, you know what I mean, that needs the spirit of the community.
Okay, Jean-Luc, thank you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to inform you, or all of us, my colleagues, that we have only 5 minutes to continue our discussion, due to technical reasons, of course. And I'm wondering if Michalis Bartsidis have now a comment. Okay, I'll give you the floor, Aristidis.
Thank you very much. And let me thank Jean-Luc for his comments. And let me just say an idea. The idea is, in a way, return to Spinoza, who puts in the first place the body, one. Second, for him, life is the joy of life, without undermining or denigrating the finitude. And third, the famous phrase that nothing is more important to man than another man. Bodily important in all kinds of ways. If you like, in a social surroundings which will somehow help each become better than he is with the help of the others. And thirdly, I think it is an idea that comes against the Genesis, in the sense that man is after the image of God and master of everything on earth. This has been, let's say, the plague of the human race, as it were, the human kind. And this has been with civilization of capital, in order not to enter into details about what capitalism is not, is the core of the civilization of capitalism. And from this point of view, the virus helps us both, let's say, relate to our finitude and understand that our, let's say, responsibility is towards not just man, but life in general, as you just said. Life on the planet, life of other animals, life of plants, life of the planet as such. And this is what the virus itself, as it were, puts on the agenda very, very, very strongly. Together with this, as you said also, I think, we should try to reinvent how we treat death. Not be afraid of death, understand the absolute loss of somebody we love, but also take into account the ceremony required to do that. Because mourning is not independent of ceremonies of, domesticating mourning and letting life generally go on. I think all these ideas, which I think I gather from what you said, are an important point at the theoretical level on which we should invest, try to discuss, understand all authors, from your work starting backwards to, I don't know, Epicurus, and try to cope with this situation also practically, not just isolated in theory or isolated in these kinds of discussion without bodies, but also in everyday action, wherever we are, whenever we'll be free of this closing down and things like that. And solidarity in many, many ways from Italy to all over the world has been an important factor of fighting the virus, I think. And this solidarity is again the idea of nothing is more important to man than another man. This is the basis of solidarity. And this is something which would expand and institutionalize, so to speak, with the public system and all the political implications of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I want only to say that back to Spinoza opened the question that what means to go back in the history. Spinoza, no, I like very much Spinoza, but Spinoza is from his time. So how to understand Spinoza today? How can we understand the substance of Spinoza? I agree with you, it is not easy, but we can understand what that means. To go from the first to the third way of knowledge. That makes sense for us to think that everything about sadness and joy, etc. But the substance, what is the substance? So what can we do? Where is the substance? For us, the substance is the general technological, economical process. The substance is a production, is a self-production.
It's the world's self-production. I mean, galaxies are in the substance. The solar system is in substance. The Earth is in substance. And all of us particularly, of course.
Yes, but the Earth and the Sun and all the galaxies are now object of our domination. We have space engine going, I don't know where, so we control not everything, but almost everything. By what is very good is that now we understand that this control destroy the Earth and certainly as well the space. And maybe we are destroying other galaxies without knowing that we are doing that now. So,
yes. So it's to get out of the idea of control, if you like that. Forget controlling, in the sense that we don't control, we don't want to control. We want to participate in the fate of the world, not to control it.
Yes, but in order not to control, like in order to be more in solidarity, etc. We need something that I don't know how to call that, because I have no other names than spirit or spirituality. We need a spiritual evolution. But the spiritual revolution is not a new religion or no, that is a change of the mind. Already in I think in 1920 more or less, Valery wrote a very small book with the title "The Crisis of the Spirit." And Valery was absolutely not spiritual in the religious meaning, but Valery was already able to feel that something in the spirit that is in the whole disposition of maybe of mankind, or of for Valery it was much more of the Western part of mankind, that it did no longer work.
That's what I call
that is why we are exactly in the situation of the old Roman people, to say the 5th and 6th century, when you read the text of the Roman of the 5th century, you are very surprised because they say exactly the same as us when we are sad. So they say, oh, already is gone. There is no longer Rome. There is no longer the value of Rome. So, I mean, of course, the Roman who was not Christian. And the Christian people at the same time didn't care about history, about what happened to mankind. They didn't care because the Lord will come tomorrow. So it was a gap between the Lord will come tomorrow and which today maybe is not exactly the same, but is active by people like evangelist people, not to speak about Islamist people. So, but there is something like there will be a kind of salvation, or everything is lost, and we have no. And that is a condition, especially of the left. The left is in the mourning of the left all the time. So, what does that mean? I think that means certainly many things and very important things. So we have. I think we have to work with the mourning of the left by the left itself. Because
okay. So no, Aristidis, no, there's no time. Okay, unfortunately, we have to close the session. Sorry, Aristidis. We have to thank Jean-Luc Nancy first for his generosity and his participation in our discussions from Left Institute in Europe. And after, we have to thank all the participants, all the colleagues, our colleagues, for these 2 days exhausted these 2 days works, and I with a great thank to the staff of Institute, and especially all the persons and all our colleagues, the Nicos team, Mario Χαϊδροπούλου Βιχαία, Ελευθερία Αγγελή, Καταρίνα Τσατσαρώνη, Σωτήρης Μαυροκεφαλίδης, Βαγγέλης Ικάτο, and Andreas Maratos with his great poster, great painting that we have used for the poster conference. Now, Costas Douzinas have the last word and close the session in 10 minutes. Thank you.
No, I don't need 10 minutes, Michalis. I wanted to thank you first and foremost, because I think it is through your wonderful work and hard work over the last few days and indeed weeks and months that this conference was possible. It was a great effort, but I think the outcome of the conference is going to be quite considerable and will, I think, involve us in further thinking and further initiatives in the next few weeks and months. Let me again thank all our colleagues in the Institute, Nicos Poulantzas. Let me thank all the speakers we had both yesterday and today. And last but not least, let me again thank Jean-Luc for his generosity. I mentioned earlier that you came here to Athens, Jean-Luc, in March of 2015 for a lecture and a conference on your work. And of course, at that point, we were here in Greece 2 months after the victory of the radical left in the elections of January. And there was a spirit of optimism. And your talk on democracy that linked current ideas and current difficulties of democracy all the way back to classical Athens. Today, this optimism is no longer there. Today, perhaps your distinction between the two types of death, one as radical and evil, the other as something that can lead into a new positivity, is extremely important. We hope that your work, we hope that the work of all the participants at this conference will help us, in a sense, try to find this new spirituality, this to fill this gap that the death of God that you talked about earlier has created, with to find that kind of transcendence in the immanence of our finitude, that kind of moving further away within the world that we now live, and we will always be within that world, infinite in our finitude. So I think this idea of infinite in our finitude, an idea that I always associated with the work of Jean-Luc Nancy, is a good point to bring this conference to an end. Thank you all. Thank you to those who have followed this conference for the last 2 days. It was not an easy one. There were hitches, technical. There were hitches, perhaps also more intellectual, more mental, more problematic in terms of ideas. But it was a struggle of ideas. And I think for us at least, the struggle of ideas is precisely what we have to do. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye, bye, Zoe.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. There is snow in Strasbourg.
Yes.
Yes.
And now
it is very, very nice to see.
Okay.
Oh, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, everyone. Jean-Luc.